This has never been done before in Canada. Our country was in need of its own sovereign AI infrastructure. So TELUS built it. This is Canada's first fully sovereign AI factory. A powerful, super secure facility that gives Canadian businesses and researchers the computing power they need to create, train, and deploy their own AI models. Authentic sovereignty means controlling every layer, from the physical chips to the data processing. Everything is operated and controlled by Canadians under Canadian law. This direct ownership is critical, as it mitigates vulnerabilities that exist when you rely on external parties.
Notre centre de données ici à Rimouski, c'est un bâtiment qui est sécuritaire, qui est innovateur, qui est efficace énergiquement. We run the entire network on TELUS Pure Fiber and with 99% renewable energy and 75% less water usage.
What drives the factory are NVIDIA's most advanced GPUs. They provide the massive computing power needed to build AI from the ground up.
Les plateformes qui existent, qui ne sont pas canadiennes, nous rendent vraiment vulnérables, nous rendent dépendants au point de vue économique, au point de vue politique également. Alors, pouvoir le développer ici au Canada, pouvoir compter sur l'entreprise canadienne pour développer cette technologie pour l'économie canadienne, pour l'ensemble du pays, ben, ça va diminuer effectivement notre dépendance. Alors, c'est extrêmement important de pouvoir compter sur de l'intelligence artificielle souveraine au Canada.
The future of AI is Canadian, and it starts here.
Okay. 12:30. Once more into the breach, my friends. Darn it. I was signed in. I know I was, but I guess I got to sign in again. Okay, now I am. Railtown, we're so slow now. I guess with the stock down and flat, we're just not buying anymore. But it's still a great number. We're at 12,449,420. I think I'm off by one gentleman. His name was Will, I think, but I didn't write down his full name. So let's see. Anyway, I think it's pretty close to where we're going to be. 12,449,000 shares. That's really good, what you guys have done with that. I do commend each and every one of you who are taking advantage of these prices and buying. And for the others, just to hold it. I think that's great. That takes a lot. That's a very strong action as well, just holding it. And I think it's important that I try to acknowledge that with you as well. Everything on my table is about to fall off. And I don't know why. Okay. Where should we start? Let's start with some of the prices. Of course, Railtown is down. I don't know how much longer Railtown's going to be down. As you know, I picked as my target date October 7th. That's next week. Pretty simple reasoning. Attorneys see a weekend, they're going to use it. So I don't think we'll see anything until after the weekend. And lawyers, attorneys don't get it. They don't come in Monday morning ready to go. So I think Tuesday. That's as simple as my logic. It could be any time. It could be whilst we're talking. It could happen. The opportunity to swap out of Energy Vault has gotten better, and I'm going to go over that with you. I don't know why it's a hard concept to get, but I'm going to go over it with you. Energy Vault is up. It's up 23.5. That's a $500 million company. And, you know, I don't know. I didn't sleep last night very well, having pain and memories of all sorts of decisions I could have done differently in my lifetime. But why I ever got out in the space of raising capital for companies, you know, mainly out of the Middle East, but China and here, instead of just sitting at a desk and allowing assets to accumulate and just getting the fees on those assets, like a lot of my contemporaries are doing. But anyway, one guy I met at the Waldorf Astoria, and he ended up, I think, really taking advantage of our raise. We raised 21 million for him, and he was essentially in Chapter 11, I think, and the company became the largest private company, or top, I think it was the largest private for 1 year, but anyway, it became a several billion-dollar company. But he didn't pay us. That's a long story. But anyway, I remember sitting with him at this conference table, and he said it's a lot easier to build a company from 10 million to 100 million, or from 100 million to $500 million. It becomes, so do the arithmetic. If you build a company from 50 million to $500 million, you got 10x. He says very difficult to take a $500 million company or $1 billion company. It's done all the time, but it's very difficult to get those same kind of returns. That's my view on Energy Vault. You've got the stock's $33.44 on the bid. The market cap on Energy Vault, it might be the greatest thing since sliced bread. And we now find out that sliced bread isn't that great when it's been bleached of all of its nutrients. 480 million market cap. And you want to be there because, hey, the chart looks good. It's already tripled. So you got to be there. It's already tripled. Got to be on board. And my understanding, somebody told me 2 of the guys you listen to have already sold. They've already moved on from Energy Vault. I also have asked around a little bit. I don't have the greatest network anymore. And I guess the theory is Energy Vault's going to be, or could be, a significant company over the next 2 years, maybe longer. And I don't even know any of the moving parts. So It's a leveraged company. It's a low margin business. Without leverage, they wouldn't be getting the returns. But on the other hand, I guess everybody understands energy, everybody uses energy, and everybody's been trying to develop products which store energy, take energy from its kinetic state and put it in a potential state so that when demand increases, you can theoretically move it inexpensively and then charge high prices for peak demand. But guys, I got to tell you, it's a highly fragmented business. It's a massive business, and it's possible to go from a small percentage of it with, I guess, a valuable technology. I don't know. They raised $300 million. But you know, I don't know. It's a lot of things. You got outtake agreements, you got debt, and you've got margins. Hopefully it all works. I'm not here to be negative on it at all, but I think it's a longer term proposal. I think Energy Vault's already given you the easy money. It's already given you 3x. And the gentleman that came on yesterday to excite you to get in it because there's a next leg up, question mark. And William, tell me what advice I gave. You tell me. He's trying to get you to move. He wants you to be hot money. Move, move, hop, hop, hop. Like a bullfrog on stones in a running brook. You're not good at it. Ask yourself why you're not good at it. One, you haven't done it for 10,000 hours. Two, you don't have any good information. You think the information you're getting over the Twitterati is state-of-the-art information? No one, you're going to be able to get in before anyone else and you're going to have an advantage. And that source of information is going to let you know when to sell. It's crazy. But Energy Vault could be, a good longer-term story. It's $500 million in market cap. If it doubles, it goes to $1 billion, and maybe it gets up to $5 billion. And maybe they because they're in the job of acquiring, so maybe they never make a misstep. They always buy at a good valuation. They always have access to money. It's all possible. There's a lot of fees, and a banker group would love to be in that deal flow. So anyway, Energy Vault is up to 344. And I do want to show you my thought process. If you have 1,000 shares of Energy Vault right now, it's worth $3,440 on the bid. So if you have 1,000 shares of Energy Vault right now, it's worth $3,440 on the bid. You could sell that today while Railtown is available in unlimited quantities. You're going to find out that Railtown's not always going to be available in unlimited Xeroxed mimeographed quantities. But you could buy Railtown at $44.19. So if you sold 1,000 shares of Energy Vault at $344.00, you could buy if you didn't do it yesterday, you listened to that other guy, you did better than I would have gotten you. Right now, you could buy 7,785 shares of Railtown. So let's use that number, 7,700. I'm going to round it up just the tiniest bit. 7,785. The number is 7,784.5666. So I'm going to round it up to 7,000 Railtown. You buy that right now today, and it's worth $3,440. Now there's this gentleman yesterday's telling you, oh, but what advice did I give? You pointed out, William, you put it up. You put it up. You know, it's just, I don't know. All right, so when I looked at the chart of Energy Vault yesterday, I saw resistance horizontally, I'm trying to remember, at 4, at 5, at 6, and I think at 7. At 6, it wasn't 7, it wasn't 6. It was around 6:30, 6:40. I used a small screen. It's not exact. So let's say that Energy Vault trading today at $3.44. Let's call it $3.50. Let's say that Energy Vault doubles from here. It goes to being $1 billion market cap, and you think that the company's worth $1 billion. I don't know the metrics of low margin acquisition, roll up, I guess, acquisition companies of energy storage projects using a new technology, or one that didn't work well until they bought it and fixed it up. I don't know the metrics, but if you want to study it, look at the competition, and you believe this thing is worth $1 billion market cap, okay, it's a double. It goes to $7. When do you think that'll happen? When do you think Energy Vault will go to $7? You think it's like that guy yesterday said, this is the next leg up? You think Energy Vault's going to go to $1 billion market cap in the next 45 days? Okay. So your 1,000 Energy Vault by, let's pick a date, by Thanksgiving. By Thanksgiving, your Energy Vault 1,000 shares are worth $7,000. Darn it! I left my calendar over there. But let's just quickly do some guesstimating. There isn't a chart history. Remember, Energy Vault was a SPAC at $10 forever, and the criminals that do the SPACs, they stole the entire market cap. They brought energy down to within a breath of its existence. And now after they stole all that money, now they're helping them get back up, and it's New York Stock Exchange, and it might be the best thing since Sydney Sweeney put on a bikini. I don't know, but let's just do a quick, maybe. Railtown is now 44 cents. Let's just go through a complete guess of what's going to go on with the stock price of Railtown over the next 45 days. That's the time frame that we just used. Thanksgiving. So today, I'm not. Today's a holy day, and I hope those of you who I'm not even sure you can be looking at video, but I think the proper sign of respect is to wish or to pray that your name is able to get in the book of life. And I sincerely pray for those of you who are observing Yom Kippur. Forgive me my awkward expression of it. I'm not familiar with the exact way to say it, but blessings to you. All right, so today is October 2nd. I have chosen arbitrarily, I admit, arbitrarily. I heard things. I haven't heard any. I'm just imitating that stupid show on SNL. So what is that? That would be October. So that's 10/7. Let's say I'm right. Let's just say that I'm correct. And what am I expecting on 10/7? I'm expecting that they finalize the LOI and announce it. So LOI news. What does that do to the stock? Well, I think the criminals will try to short to convince you that it's bad news. Now the problem is with my prediction, it could be October 14th or October 21st, but I'm going to go with my prediction. So October 7th, they finally announced that the letter of intent has been completed. There will be a digestion period of that news. I think the criminals will try to convince you it's bad, but what does it do? They unleash the hounds. All those buyers that haven't been able to buy can buy. Now, will they be overwhelmed with selling? Yeah, possibly. But my guess is, like I've said all along, the stock on 10/7 goes to $1.25. I don't know about 10/7. Maybe it'll be 10/8. Maybe it'll be 10/9, 10/10. Maybe 10/14. There's Columbus Day. But I think that news, the stock goes to $1.25. So let's say it takes a week to do that, and we go to 10/14. And what could happen on 10/14? Maybe the company gives clarification on those 4 revenue deals they already announced, or maybe they have a discussion of revenue and forward revenue. So what should I call that? I'll call it a revenue update, maybe by the middle of October. What does that do to the stock price? Again, I think the criminals, as long as they can borrow stock, they'll sell to try to make that look like, oh, ho-hum, bad news. Some of you, if you're weak hands, you'll get seduced to trade out. And I want to convince you, we'll talk about later today, we got to think of strategies. But so let's say on the 10/14, they give a revenue update via a corporate presentation or a news release, or maybe there's a research report hot off the press, some sort of revenue update by 10/14. Now I'm going to say that we don't know. But I'm just going to make the blanket statement that any revenue is good loving. Any loving is good loving. Any revenue is good loving. Because I don't think they've had revenue before, but they might have some. But I'm going to say whatever is in the past is minimal, and whatever they talk about is going to be received with great enthusiasm, whether they talk about 1 million in revenue or 40 million in revenue. We don't know. Projected going forward, but I think it'll be received as, wow, they've commercialized this. They're ahead of the game. That's exciting. So what would the stock do? I think the stock will go to, I'm going to say 225. And then let's say October 21st. What could happen October 21st? I mean, maybe nothing. But if it's the 7th, the 14th, and the 21st, could they have already arranged to roll up one of the AIP companies? I think it's possible. That might roll over into the 28th. So let's leave October 21st blank and move to October 28th and say they roll up the first AIP company. Where does that do? Well, I would imagine if they're going to roll up an AIP company, it would be one of the cash, revenue producing, and it could have a significant impact on the revenue story. So I'm going to say that the stock will double at that point. And I think it'll go to 450. That's 1028. All right, so then we got to go into November. Election day is November 4th. Let's assume that nothing happens November 4th. Veterans Day is November 11th. Let's assume nothing happens November 11th. So we'll go to November 18th. And let's say there's a combination of earnings report, revenue update, but let's assume by November 18th, they do a strategic financing. That means that they raise money from a group or a party that brings more to the table than just money. Know-how, the shot heard around the world, that kind of thing. I'm going to say by that time, the stock will be $7.50. Just in time for Thanksgiving. So I'm making wild ass guesses, but next Tuesday, I get my reason as attorneys schedules, but they got to get off the pot, I say next Tuesday, they put out the letter of intent news, and I think the stock goes quickly, like that, to 125. And then the following week, they do some sort of revenue update in some sort of fashion. And I think just the idea that there's revenue going forward, almost of any size, will get the stock to almost double, 225, by the middle of October. Then we'll skip the next week, because I don't know what in my brain. I think the next week is too soon for anything else. But then the end of October, why don't we assume if the merger got done, that AIP, as it says in their press release, they are excited to aggressively implement the acquisition strategy. So let's say they buy the first AI company in the network, and I would assume it's going to be one of the larger revenue generating companies, but it's an art, not a science. It could be in the middle because it's easier to deal with. It could be one of the smaller ones because they're urgent to get into that space. Who the hell knows? But that revenue there discussed, to that revenue will now be added revenue of whatever this first roll up is. So at the end of October, I say the stock is $4.50. And then I skip the first 2 weeks of November for holidays, and we come to the middle of November. I think you get maybe an earnings report, update on revenue, whether it's pitches by management or there's more to talk about, but there'll be management discussion in any earnings blurb. And yeah, I think somewhere in here, there's a possibility of a strategic investor. I mean, the one that's the most glaring is Canaccord Genuity. I mean, they've been in there all this time, but it could be anybody. So I'm going to predict by Thanksgiving that Railtown is $7.50. By Thanksgiving, $7.50. Okay, let's just call it $7. So just to go back to this example, NRGV by Thanksgiving, if it goes up, I'm not sure it will, but if it were to double, it'd be worth $7,000, 1,000 shares. Well, if you swapped out and you bought 7,785 shares of Railtown, and that went to $7 by Thanksgiving, well, there you go. I'm going to round up $9, $10. I got it. Well, I'll just do it. I got 54, 491, 96, 65. So Railtown by Thanksgiving, if you swapped 1,000 shares of Energy Vault for 7,785 shares today, and you didn't listen to that idiotic strategy of, well, you got to own more than one stock. No, sometimes you shouldn't. Sometimes you shouldn't, particularly if you know something. But do you think Railtown has less risk or more risk than Energy Vault from here? The idea that Energy Vault will double by Thanksgiving, I think that's a high risk proposition. But anyway, leaving opinion out of it, if I'm right in my projections, your 1,000 shares of Energy Vault will be worth 7,000 at Thanksgiving. Wow, great, I'm diversified. But if you had swapped it out, you have 7,785 Railtown worth $54,000. You know what you could do right then? And I'll probably tell you not to. You know what you could do right then? Even if Energy Vault's at $7, you could sell 1,785 Railtown at 7, and then buy 1,785 NRGV even at 7. So at Thanksgiving, you could end up with 1,785 NRGV, even if you had to pay up, and you could keep 6,000 Railtown. I think it's just idiotic to keep Energy Vault right now. You've gotten a triple, and you could by selling 1,000 NRGV, you could buy almost 8,000 Railtown today. If they both go to $7 by Thanksgiving, I know in the case of Railtown, that's it's a big X. That's 15X from here. But on the other hand, you've got a company that's worth 60 million. Market cap, well, 900 million. It'll be $1 billion almost. So they'll both companies, if they both went to 7, would be both around $1 billion. Anyway, that's my thinking. Stubbornly hanging on to Energy Vault because some guy says, could it be the next leg up? Question mark. And you got to be in it. You already got the easy trade there, the fastest, easiest. And the next place where you're going to get lifted up out of your seat is Railtown. And the key thing with Railtown, the attorneys have to finish. They have to put out the news that Railtown bought AIP in order for 2 things to happen. One will happen right away. I don't know, 48 hours. All of the buyers of Railtown that are big investors hovering around Railtown and their friends and their board members and their consultants haven't been able to buy. All the insiders, they will be allowed to buy. All of those buyers around AIP partners, including John Ruffalo and Mavericks and Ulmers and all those early investors in Constellation Software who still stay in contact with the brains at Ulmers and Mavericks, AIP, they haven't been able to buy. They can come in and buy. All of the 180 companies, all of their board members, all of their investors, all of their consultants, all of the people that are listening to the stories, they now can come in to buy. Canaccord Genuity, depending on the status of a funding raise, they can open up their system to recommending the stock. I don't know their rules, but it might be slowly at first. But all of a sudden, you're going to have all this buying coming into Railtown that couldn't buy for 7 months. And they're going to come in. They're not like you. They're not afraid because some guy comes on, doesn't even give their name, and says, oh, I sell and I never look back. Great, great, pal, great. The other thing that's going to happen, but maybe not right away, it may take a few back and forth battles, but the shorts aren't going to be able to sell unlimited shares anymore. They still are able to do that because they can lie to their market makers. The attorneys that work for them or whoever fills out their paperwork can leave the original paperwork with the prime broker and the computers that say, okay, keep every time they sell, let them do it. And but that costs money and it involves risk. As the stock goes up, even those idiots at the stock loan desks and the prime brokers are going to start saying, wait a minute, this doesn't feel good. We need you to bring in some more money, or we need you to collateralize this. They'll do all the tricks we've learned about, but it's not going to be easy for those shorts. So I'm not talking about a short squeeze. I hope this doesn't short squeeze. What I'm talking about is this nearly unlimited amount of shares available to buy is maybe not right away, but it's like a hose that's on full blast and you're over spraying the newly planted shrubbery, and your wife wants you to go in and get ready for the Hendersons to come over for dinner, and you've still got to clean up the dishes and make sure the living room is neat and set the table. So she doesn't care that you're watering the shrubbery. She goes and starts turning off the hose. Well, at first the hose doesn't show up because you've got it on full blast. But as she turns it off, the power of the water starts shrinking, and eventually it's just a dribble. That's what's going to happen with the ability of these criminals to manufacture shares of Railtown out of thin air. So I think once the news gets going, you're going to find out that Railtown right now is worth $5, $6, $7, $8, $9 right now. You don't believe it because they can't talk. Nobody can talk. Nobody can buy. And you're trained to think, well, the stock price, they must know something. Well, they don't know jack shite. They just have a system. The criminals just have a system. Sell every stock under $5 as soon as there's an announcement that they're going to raise money, they're going to merge, they're going to make an acquisition, that they're doing anything good, just start selling it. Because Adina Friedman at NASDAQ couldn't care less about you or shareholders or the CEOs. Charlie Chuck E. Cheese Cromwell at Over the Counter could not care less. The SEC could not care less. FINRA's in on it. And Ann Wagner, the future is female, and it's going to be great when women are in charge. They're so much better than men. Ann Wagner has a brain about half the size of a hollowed out pea. She just reads something that Goldman Sachs lobbyist gives her. Well, this audited consolidated trail is the worst legislation. It's a violation of privacy. Dude, every time you go to the train station, go to the airport, anytime you walk in, you'd probably, when you drive under the speeding cameras on the highway, there's no privacy. They have you. And soon we're going to have digital, and you're going to volunteer for it because you love the convenience of everything on your phone. There's no privacy. But the woman in charge of overseeing the entire financial services industry, like an idiot that she is, think it's a violation of your privacy. Anyway, nobody cares. So the criminals, to the tune of trillions of dollars a year, can steal the entire market caps of any company that comes to the over-the-counter or NASDAQ seeking capital, and the money goes offshore. Larry Ellison buys TikTok, one of the greatest Zionists in the world, one of the great billionaires in the world. And you and I have to pay for the war that's about to start in the Middle East. But hey, you're not going to be able to talk about things. I grew up where one of the great things about the United States of America, you could say almost anything you wanted. Very limited things you could not say. You couldn't yell fire in a crowded theater. Judge Oliver Wendell Holmes, Justice. And printing what you printed. You weren't allowed to print pornography. And when asked, it might have been the same justice, when asked, well, how are you going to figure that out? He says, you'll know it when you see it. Well, now on the one end, chicks show you what they had for lunch on OF and gladly accept your money, or other chicks rack up their body count to over 1,000 in 24 hours and make $30 million. So pornography doesn't even seem to exist anymore. I'm not judging it. So on the one end, there's no issue there. But on the other end, if you're going to speak out against the genocide, the slaughter, the murder, the starvation, the famine, the movement of 2.5 million people in Gaza Strip and West Bank, and then the unjustified wars, the attacks of Lebanon, Syria, Iran, Qatar. I'm sure I've left someone out. So that Israel can create greater Israel, you're not going to be able to talk about it because Larry Ellison owns TikTok and Zuckerberg owns Facebook. And the banks think Cohen. I mean, guys, welcome to the world. Was America so difficult to be in as a Jewish person that you have to go create a monster new state in the Middle East and saddle it? On the one hand, on the banking side, these group of men, you got to steal trillions of dollars without paying taxes. And then you come to the U.S. taxpayer because you're such a puny milquetoast country. You need the United States of America to back you up. And when Americans say, hey, wait a minute, our children don't get free health care. We don't have free education. Our bridges are falling down. Can we afford this? You call us anti-Semitic. Oh, thrilling. All right, I got off track. Let's look at the prices. Energy Vault is up 24.5. It's $3.45. Finger Motion is up, and now it's flat at 154. GDC is up $1.25 at $6.52. And G-Bucks is down 0.0276 at 33. The low on G-Bucks today was 27.5. But I guess you knew not to buy into G-Bucks, but you did know to buy into Energy Vault? Or how'd you make that choice? Or do you just buy into each one that these guys come out and tell you about? You buy them all? You're just guessing? You don't really have a valuation model in mind? You don't have your own opinion of what the stock's worth? You're just buying when they say buy? We're going to change that. So if you had purchased 5,000 shares of GDC on the news that was released that the Bitcoin is worth $22.75 a share. And so you bought 5,000 shares at $9 or thereabouts, you're down. In fairness, if instead you had purchased 40,000 shares of Railtown, I think you're down a little bit. I think you're down about 3 cents, maybe 4 cents on that 40,000 shares. So far, both GDC and Railtown, from the time you swap out of 40,000 to buy equipment, but also to buy 5,000 GDC, you're down. I would argue you're down further in GDC, but in both, they've been disappointing so far. So the question is, what does 5,000 shares of GDC do from here? $5,000 shares of GDC right now on the bid. Nice day to get out. It's up. 5,000 shares on GDC at 646. Right now is worth $32,300. And if you sold that and you bought Railtown today, 5,000 shares of GDC, and you sold it right now and you bought Railtown, which two advantages: Railtown is cheap and you can buy all the shares you want of Railtown today. That won't last. So you pay $44.19. You can buy 73,000 shares of Railtown. So in that sense, right now you could sell your GDC for $32,300. It's equivalent to 73,000 Railtown. It's the same amount of money. Okay, so what's going to happen to GDC from now? Well, as I understand it, on the bullish side for GDC, there's a gigantic short position. That's unique. You've never heard that before of any other stock. I've never heard that before. And Wall Street has to cover it. You've never heard that before. And the SEC and the compliance and the prime broker are going to buy them in. You've never heard that before either. But anyway, apparently the bullish case for GDC is there's a gigantic short position, one. Two, that a group of investors, possibly in Hong Kong, possibly Cayman Islands. The reason I bring up Hong Kong and Cayman Islands, that's what QMMM, they just halted trading on. That's how it describes QMMM. You think longs are going to get away with manipulation here? The SEC puts its thumb down on any long. Shorts can do whatever the hell they want. But anyway, so one is a gigantic short position. Two is that the whales, let's call them, or a group of like-minded investors, own the entire float, give or take. And three, that by putting $1 billion worth of Bitcoin in, the stock's, according to the press release, worth $22.75. I think it was miswritten, but wasn't written very carefully. I think it's probably closer to $15.50 a share, because I don't think they allowed for the existing shares. And then the idea is, four, is that maybe the longs can pay a trading desk or a corruptible market maker to turn on their computers with algorithms to buy, fighting the algorithms to sell on the short side. And maybe this group in Hong Kong, Cayman Islands can do what happened to QMM to GDC. That's the bullish case. What are the cautions? What are the cautions to GDC? They've already announced they're going to raise money. They're going to expand the outstanding shares to 1 billion. And they're going to add a layer of preferred stock, which is how an even smaller group of people can take control of a company, putting equity at the back of the bus. So is that good or not? Who knows? But they could have a large infusion of cash, which, as we've seen before with COSM, for example, as soon as they get a deal done, it stops any squeeze. But who knows? This could be the one. This could be the next QMMMMM. Second concern is QMMM. You don't think the authorities are looking at this? Third concern, is this group of investors really willing to put up $5 million to bribe a market maker and his trading desk and his computers, and then maybe another $50 million put up as trading capital to actually gun the computer to the upside? Maybe, but they might not be. This could be just an attempt to see if the buying to the upside triggers without a commitment of $50 million or more, with almost certainly a loss of 10 million. That maybe they don't want it. You don't know it. I don't know it. You hear about it, but you're not writing the check. And then, of course, with QMM in the news, I think advice is going to be, boys, let's not do this right now. So what do I think's going on with GDC? I think a group of people are, because they tried to do it a year ago before someone blurted out. It might have been, it was one of the Charm Boys blurted it out on the internets, and they had to stop. And that's why everything's been on hold for a year and a half. Well, I have no doubt they're going to try to cause one of these squeezes. I'm all for it. The longs have to break the law, though. They have to collude. They have to cheat. They have to spoof and spiff and cross and all of that, just like the short criminals are doing. 50 million sounds like a lot of money. It's a limited amount of money, but they can do all that. I'm all for it. But you know what? The SEC, they're blind. The SEC is blind to the criminals colluding, cheating, bribing, kickbacks, selling the stock they don't own, turning on computers, signaling, communicating, trading on inside information that they have because they know each other are going to be selling. SEC doesn't care. They're happy with the toad. I mean, there's headlines they're going after it. That's just headlines to make you think they're doing something. But the SEC doesn't let longs do it. So, but I'm all for it. Fight fire with fire. But I would guess the story of GDC going up is dependent on a group of brave men breaking the law, spending a lot of money, and going for it. And I love it. I love it. So what could trigger GDC going up? The argument is this Bitcoin, just like all the other Bitcoin treasury companies. It's worth $15, $16. It's going to go up there, and then that'll trigger the buy-ins. That's the argument. You haven't seen that the other side has weaponry to get anything down? I don't know. I don't know. Here's what I think's happening in GDC. These guys have put together a story, and the story is we're going to put $1 billion in Bitcoin in, and all the other parameters I've described. That's going to cause a squeeze, and we'll get out. And the company will be, and we'll do an equity raise. The company will be worth, I don't know, $2 billion in cash, more than the Bitcoin, and glory, glory, hallelujah. What if that doesn't happen? Do you see anything in the documents? I don't, but it doesn't mean I'm right. I've looked for it, but again, maybe I didn't find it. Maybe the public's not supposed to know. But I don't see a date when the coins change hands. It might be there. Maybe it's a regulatory thing and they're going to do it. But I don't see anything binding. And even at $6, Bitcoin, you could argue the guy that's going to put up, I'm using round numbers, $1 billion of Bitcoin is now worth 300 million, 350 million. Why the hell would you go through with that transaction if you were the owner of that Bitcoin? I think it's a bit of trying to get the stock to run, getting a free look and see if it'll squeeze. But I doubt that Bitcoin will go into the treasury unless the stock does run up. But maybe it will. See, that's the thing. We don't know. And I don't want to get caught up in criticizing somebody else's scheme. I'm totally for the longs trying to use the same tools that the SEC allows the criminals to use. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. If the SEC doesn't give a shit, why should we? Let the longs make money, and maybe you can make money in GDC. But what do you think GDC will be worth by Thanksgiving? Do you think it will squeeze? I don't know. You have to come up with your own belief. I think it's less than 50-50 that GDCs will squeeze. On the other hand, you have the evidence of QMMM out of the blue running. So maybe it's 50-50. I would say that because the SEC is turning on the intensity, that the odds of GDC squeezing by Thanksgiving is very low. But it's a risk. Guess what? Railtown has 52 million shares short under Reg Show. Now, the problem is we don't know how much was part of some arbitrage, Canadian dollar versus US dollar, Canadian stock price, US stock price. And there's no way really of tracking what the net is. But it's still whatever number you pick, it's still a very large short position in Railtown. When you account for a float of 100 million shares, 104 million shares, half of it, more than half of those shares are held by insiders who are not selling. Your group has 10% of that. So that brings us up maybe to 60, 65%. And then there's another big investor out there that has almost just on his own sum, almost as much as we have. That brings us to 70% that's not selling. And then there's a whole nother group, sort of Canaccord other people up in Canada that have been building their position over the last many months and years. It's another 30, 40 million shares. So it's not a handful of guys that all speak Chinese and meet in Singapore, but Railtown has a very broad, diverse, probably hundreds, if not 1,000 or 2,000 shareholders that have no intention of selling. And it's about the entire float. I mean, if it's not the entire float, maybe our shares are available, but I hope you don't sell. So my point is Railtown could have a squeeze too. I hope to hell it doesn't. I don't want your stock turning into hot money, because then the charm boys will come with some other thing. They'll sell it to you. It'll go up because they're disciplined. It'll go up 100%, 200%, 500%. They'll get out. And then it doesn't look like Energy Vault. And when you're $500 million and you're on the New York, how do the shorts kill that? I don't know. But other stocks, they always come back down, it seems like. But you'll be in it, and they'll say, hey, I got out. Do your own due diligence. I don't want Railtown to turn into hot money. I don't want it to squeeze, but it could. I'd give Railtown equal chance of squeezing by Thanksgiving as GDC. So I'm going to propose something to you. Let's take the short squeeze part of the equation off the table. So where will GDC be by Thanksgiving? Do you think it'll be at $22.75, where the erroneous press release announced that the share value of the Bitcoin was? Maybe not intentionally, but it was misleading. Do you think it'll be $15.50, which is probably the value of the Bitcoin if it actually gets put into GDC per share, and they don't raise money? They're going to raise money. They're going to raise money. My prediction is GDC ends up being a company with a whole hell of a lot of cash and no Bitcoin. But we'll see. Nobody knows. It's manipulation, it's strategy, it's putting some pieces up and seeing if it'll take off and work. That's not Railtown. Railtown is 6 years of two geniuses, maybe. I think they're genius just for their strategy. And then they're pairing up with 2 or 3 geniuses over at AIP, again, for their strategy. And the fact that they're ready to go as the perfect wave of capital comes in. That's been in works. The Railtown side of that's been in works for 6 years. This GDC, it's, hey, why don't we own all the float? Why don't we go bribe Vinny down on in the Bahamas to turn on the buy machines? He's going to want 3 million, and we might have to pay somebody else $1 million to promote it around the world, and then we'll put up 60 million that they can trade with, and then we'll get the charm boys to get the stock up, and then we'll announce. Why don't we announce that we're going to bring in 7,500 of Bitcoin? These retail are all idiots. They're actually going to think that a guy with $1 billion of Bitcoin, anonymous, is going to put it into a shell company at 1/3 of the value of the Bitcoin. I mean, retail will believe anything as long as the charm boys are talking about it. So let's get that going, and then maybe we can cause a squeeze, and then we'll get out, and you never have to put the Bitcoin in. Just like you never have to put the legal firm in. Anyway, well, it's up to you to decide. how credible that story is. But let's assume GDC goes to 15 and a half. Let's assume it goes to $16 a share by Thanksgiving. $16 a share by Thanksgiving, which I think is preposterous. But I'm just a schlub. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm not on the inside of any of those strategies. I don't know what's happening. But let's say the GDC. Remember, I'm putting the short squeeze, the unknowable short squeeze to the side. We have that potential in Railtown. I'm putting that to the side there. It's like winning the lottery. If it happens, great, but you can't plan on it. So if 5,000 shares of GDC go to $16 by Thanksgiving, you're going to have 80 grand. That's a nice trade. By Thanksgiving. What are the risks? I gave them to you. You have to judge that. I think the odds of that happening are less than 15%. So I would have to, if I'm comparing the investments, I'd have to chop that 80 grand down to maybe 12 grand to allow for my risking. But I could be wrong. Maybe the odds of it going to 16, in your opinion, are 95, 100%. So anyway, let's assume GDC by Thanksgiving goes to $16 equivalent with the Bitcoin that has yet to go into the company, but obviously it's going to, and they're not going to issue any more shares. And that ratio is going to, they were wrong one time, but they'll be right this time, $16. So that's $80. Well, if Railtown by Thanksgiving goes to $7, which I haven't, that's my opinion. You'd have $511,000. What are the odds of Railtown being $7 by Thanksgiving? I flip it on its head. I'd say 85 to 90% odds Railtown will be at $7 by Thanksgiving. And if you swapped out 5,000 shares of GDC today, you could buy 73,000 of Railtown today because they're just giving you unlimited shares. They won't do it. Once the news comes out, they won't give you that amount of shares, even if you can afford to pay $1.50. So if GDC from today, it's having a nice day today, I'd take the opportunity to get out. But if GDC goes to $16 by Thanksgiving, it's 80 grand, 5,000 shares. If you swap today 5,000 shares of GDC for 73,000 of Railtown, and Railtown goes to $7 by Thanksgiving, you have $500,000. I don't know why you get distracted by any other stock right now. I really don't. But that's my view. That's my view. Everybody has their reasons. 5,000 GDC becomes 73,000 Railtown. You swap out the potential for 80 grand for the potential of $500,000. And then you can do the same thing. Once you get to this point, you could sell enough for this stock to buy yourself 5,000 shares at 16. You're in the same place. What's the unknowable? The unknowable is a squeeze. That's the unknowable. If you believe GDC is going to squeeze, I don't know. Have you been good at trading squeezes before? Have you been good at getting out? Have squeezes really happened? I don't know. They will. There'll be a time. That's the only thing you don't know about. But guess what? Railtown could squeeze. And we have to talk about Railtown today in case it squeezes, because I don't want you being shaken out. Platinum Blonde over at Tony Two Shoes De Niro, he's now supporting Railtown. He came out, Tony De Niro, shamefully came out before he knew what he was talking about and told you not to buy Railtown at 20 cents, 22 cents, 25 cents, 28 cents, 30 cents, 32 cents. He just made blanket statements and blanket assumptions. But now it's the only stock he's added to his portfolio. Shame on him. But at least he's now buying. Let's get the stock prices again. Railtown is 43 cents last trade, 43 to 44.2, 53,000 shares. But I stand by it. I think every stock that you're in the GDC League, the NRGV, the G-Bucks, the ZJYL, the MTEN, all of them. Right now, you should be in Railtown. You should be out of those and in Railtown. You can always move back if you want to. I'm going to try to convince you not to. But there's a caveat. In 30 days, 45 days, we have to let the news flow, if there is any, inform us of what our next decisions are. But man, why would you own 5,000 shares of GDC where maybe you make 80 grand? Well, maybe you think it'd go to 20. So maybe it goes to 100 grand. But you know what? On Railtown, it could go to $10 and you'd have $750,000. What the hell are you thinking? And that guy gets offended when I say his thought process. Did I say imbecilic or idiotic, or what did I say? To me, it's idiotic. You have one chance in great whiles to take your account from small to medium or even large. They don't come around all the time. I'm sure you never read Wilbur Smith, but his novels, particularly his early novels, were more interesting than his later ones. And I read 3, I think 4 maybe, and then stopped but it's, you get the big paperback and the story spans 5 generations and 2 wives and 3 continents and rag to riches. And then, the busboy becomes the mining tycoon and, that kind of book. But in one of those books, I think it was the one about South Africa, I can't remember the title, the protagonist tells whoever he's talking to, he says, you only get one wave a lifetime. And if you're lucky, you get a second wave. But you're lucky if you get one wave. And it's really amazing if you get 2. And to my memory, he was on his second wave. Railtown is the perfect storm because 2 guys decided to create a tool which allows all developer teams, software development teams across all industries, across all companies, upgrade their software, their legacy software, either by fixing bugs, finding bugs, then fixing bugs, rewriting part of the code, or just installing new code, or everything in between. They created that product that allows legacy software. It's called an agentic tool. It's called Conductor. To bring legacy software into the world of AI 2.0. Why do companies want to do it? Main reason? Keep up with the Joneses. Keep up with the Hatfields and McCoys. 3-car garage, and they're still building on. Why don't we go back to Lukenbach, Texas, Waylon and Willie and the boys? This successful life we're living has us feuding like the Hatfields and McCoys. We've got the Hank Williams Payne songs and the Chuck Somebody Train songs and Blue Eyes Crying in the Rain. Something, something. Let's go back to Lukenbach, Texas again. I don't remember the words. But anyway, you're going to have a 300 billion with a B, 300 billion with a B spend annually by corporations worldwide, mainly in North America, to take their companies from the old days of the 20th century and bring it to the 21st century of software, taking advantage of NVIDIA, data centers, and computational power. And the company that has the product, the widget, to put in front of all that AI upgrade, the company is Railtown. I heard, and I think it should be put in your brain that there is a competitor to Railtown, but the competitor is private. I don't know the name of the competitor. They just raised, they did a round at a valuation of $1.1 billion, which would make Railtown $4, by the way, $4 or $5. But to my understanding, the competitor has just started developing this agentic tool. It's not ready to go. I could be wrong on that, but my understanding is the funding is for the company to rapidly get their idea from the whiteboard to commercialization. Well, Railtown's already done that. The second thing I understand from this competitor is they're using one language. They're using maybe their own language. So that if you're a developer team and you go to this competing company and saying it's ready to go, which I don't think it is, but eventually that you sign up for that, you've got to be fluent in whatever it is, Fortran, whatever the computer language is. You got to know it, and that's what that agent works. Railtown's agent, Conductor, and Railtrax, Langtrax, they read everything. They translate everything, whether it's GitHub or Opera or what's the other one that's Python. You can write something on a napkin, take a picture, and they can process it. Probably they can take the English language or Chinese or goo goo gaga and translate it. Railtown's light years ahead, but it doesn't, even if there is competition, it doesn't matter. If Railtown gets 1% of 300 billion over the next 3 years. They just get 1% of that. And they're the first mover. They're the best. That's 3 billion in revenue. 3 billion in revenue. Let's use a 12.5 multiple. I don't know. That's so low. $37.5 billion. Let's divide it by 200 and I don't know, 225 million shares. We don't know those numbers yet. That's $166 a share for Railtown. Now you got to believe in the AI story. You got to believe in the multiples. You got to believe they're first to market and best in class. You got to believe Canada's backing them up. I don't know if $166, you know how it came up with that number just now? Taking the $300 billion annual spend, and Railtown gets 1% of it, penetration. And I used a 12.5 multiple, not 200, not 150, not 100, not 75, not 50, not 25, 12.5. And I divided it by 225 million shares. You can quibble by about any of those numbers because we just don't know yet. That's $166. To me, I think my target was 175. One weekend I kept coming up with. To me, that's the price they sell the company for, to Microsoft or to Apple. $175, $200. And you want to take a shot on GDC because they're putting Bitcoin in it and it worked for Michael Saylor. Don't you think this is just some guys trying to imitate the strategy, use buzzwords, tell you they're going to do it, but then just at the last minute, you should have done your own due diligence, but it's up to you. But you could take GDC and turn it into 100 grand by Thanksgiving, or you can take Railtown and turn it into $750,000. And if you wait until next year, who knows? Turn it into $7.5 million if it goes to 100. I think that's pushing. I think those really big numbers right now are wild ass guesses and they're pie in the sky. But take half of that. Maybe it goes to 50. Like my target, double nickels by May 5th, $55 by May 5th, and your 5,000 shares of GDC today, which you swap out by Railtown today, by May 5th, could be worth $3.5 million. And you're going to listen to these devils tell you, well, you got to own more than one stock. And I'm not picking, a lot of people feel that way. I just think at this one time when your wave is coming, you got to go. And remember, I'm talking about speculative money, high risk money, these junk stocks money. I'm not telling you to sell your mother. Maybe your mother-in-law. Maybe you need to sell your mother-in-law. Think of the piece. Think of the piece. All right, let me go through comments. Marty Party was number 1. Hi, Marty Party. Darren Collins, number 2. How are you? Technologically spastic. I think you're describing me. How are you? Technology. Fast Eddie. Faster than everybody except 3 people today. How are you, Eddie? Pat M. Good to see you. Good day. Good day. Strength in numbers. Hello, Wall. Hello, Walls. It's been a long time. Hello, darling. It's been a long time. Hey, Donna, good afternoon. Julius is exactly right. A day closer. I agree with that. I picked next Tuesday. It could be, it could be in 2 minutes, or it could be, you're dealing with attorneys. It could be another month, but I don't think so. Yeah, there's a point at which you got to get in the pool and swim, and I think that time has come. Hey, Jack Hamilton, and he says hi to Donna. Jack Hamilton, I decided to cash out the small. Good for you, Jack. I think that's right. In the stuff I read, it's becoming all common thought now. Bonds are out. In other words, CDs and bonds are out and gold is in. I get concerned. It's just a little too cute too soon. But that's the mentality that's happening. Everyone would argue that bonds are safe, CDs are safe, but there's a whole train of thought now that gold is safe and bonds are not. I don't know why, and I guess it's because of sanctions, but I would own Russian bonds, Russian assets. Maybe Chinese, but China has a lot of debt. I don't think the Soviets have any debt. But anyway, I'm sure we'll get out of this. Good for you, Jack. That's the best trade of the day. You added 4,549. And remember, when I'm giving these high targets, I am trying to get you seeing the upside and hoping for that upside. But there's a lot of data points and steps that we have to see. But the first part of it, the first 10x, 15x, 20x, I think the stock is suppressed by shorts and the buyers haven't been able to buy. I think you see this stock go to 5 or 8 or 10 fairly quickly. I think it's going to stutter step as it climbs to $5. I think it'll go to 1.25, come back to 1, go to 2, come back to 175, and go to 3, come back to 2.25, and it'll stutter step on the way up to 5. But to me, and once it crosses 5, every institution, every Merrill Lynch stockbroker, every Morgan Stanley stockbroker can tell their clients to buy it. Every wealth advisor, and I think the amount of money that'll come in almost instantaneously as it crosses $5 gets it to $10. So I think that first bit, I'm highly confident in. I'm highly confident that the rest of the story is true as well. But I just give a caution. We have to see the revenues. We have to see that the multiples stand up. We have to see that there are a lot of strategic enterprise sales agreements, whatever they're called. We got to see that. And then we've got to see research reports that allow you to believe that I'm not a lunatic. And then we've got to see how the AIP roll-up happens. We got to know what are the amount of shares outstanding, what are, a lot of things. But that first bit, I would put in the 90%, give or take 5% odds of happening as soon as the news is announced. Maybe it takes 6 weeks. But I think you have a $5, $7, $10 stock by Thanksgiving. And I think the stock should already be trading there. The only reason it's not already there Nobody knows about it. Nobody can talk about it. Nobody can buy it. And that's your opportunity to snap up stock today, tomorrow, Monday, maybe. I don't think you have much time, but you might. You might have more time. But Jack, I really commend you. 4,000. I wish I could buy 4,549. I don't have the money. But if I'm right, which I wouldn't be telling you that unless I truly believed it's possible. But if this stock goes to $55 by May 5th, double nickels, your CD money will be worth $250,000. Is that insane? Yeah, it sounds a little lunatic fringe right now. But as we layer in information, and as we layer in revenue and layer in revenue growth and layer in size of the addressable market and layer in how many shares are outstanding and layer in corporate presentations and then also layer in acquisitions of AI partners, I don't think it's all that crazy. So I congratulations, Jack. Congratulations. Jack Hamilton, I used the money out of my small CDIT. Please add my new total 83,158. Okay. Well, let's dream with that amount. 83,158. Let's say it goes to double nickels next year. Whew. And that's what I don't want you guys shaking out. That would be $4.5 million, Jack. And I've talked about it before, but since it's on my mind, I'll mention it again. If it goes to 55, we're going to have to be ever vigilant that if the stock market has had a 30 or 40% blow off top, we're going to have to be vigilant that there isn't a crash next year in the stock market, because everything will come down. So anyway, if you get up to all of us, if we get to that level, we might start thinking about hedging our position, buying puts. Some people say, I'm going to sell. But here's the thing about selling. If it's a short-term gain, and I don't know your income bracket, Jack, and I'm not an accountant, but I believe if you were to sell for a $4.5 million gain as short-term, you're at least giving up state, local, and federal. I think you're giving up half of it, at least. So you would net out at $2.25 million, which is still a lot of money. And if that's your decision, that's fine. But there's a quirk here that you have to be aware of. If it goes to 55, and use my number that I just came up with, which sounds like it's on the lunatic fringe, but let's say two buyers come in. Let's say one is Microsoft, and let's say the other is Facebook. And they get in a bidding war, and let's say next August or sooner. See, that's the thing. I've seen things happen very, very quickly. But anyway, let's say by next summer, there's a bidding war, and let's say Microsoft wins, and they issue stock and maybe some cash, and they pay $165 a share. I know it sounds crazy, so don't expect that my wild ass guess is going to be correct. But what I want to say is that $4.5 million at $55, if you sell it, net to you is 2.25, and you might get scared back in fear of missing out. And you might get that move to 150, a triple, but you might miss out completely. If you just stay there, don't sell and hedge it. We'll try to hedge it. And if there's a buyer, and I know it's insane numbers, we don't know the numbers now. And I'd be happy with 55, by the way. But if it goes higher, you get that 4.5 million, and it could go, let's say, to, I don't know, 12.5 million, 13 million, without having to pay any taxes. And all of a sudden, you get that amount of equity in Facebook stock. Now, the trick is Facebook, Microsoft, Apple, NVIDIA, if there is a market crash, those could all come back. And it's going to be tricky judging which ones will be the winner, what are the new, it's all going to be tricky. We don't have to make those decisions yet. But I guess what I'm saying is, if you resist the urge to take a profit, although there may be reasons to take the profit, you avoid having to pay half of your money to the state, federal, and local tax authorities. And it might still have a buyout number that's much higher. And when you get that blue chip stock, although the way these stocks have traded, these MAGA 7, they're in everybody's portfolio. That perception of those stocks can change in a crash. But all of a sudden, you've got equity in my example, of a gigantic size without paying taxes. And of course, if you sell that, then you have taxes. But maybe you get into a long-term situation, and 20% long-term capital gains is beautiful. If you live in Texas or Florida, you're not paying any state income. Of course, you have to pay Obamacare, which is really Romney care, and it's a disaster. You can move to Israel and get free health care paid for by the American taxpayer. But anyway, you got to pay Romney Obamacare. So you're probably going to pay 25% on long term. But, so if you get up to $13-14 million, you sell, maybe you net out with 10 million cash if it's long term, Well, I'm trying to show you, Jack, what could happen, but at the same time, I think we have to keep our expectations and our readiness to pivot to a much lower number, ready to bob and weave. We have to be ready to make decisions based on information and market situation as it flows. But I'll tell you this, if Railtown goes to 5 or 10 by Thanksgiving and nothing changes, I think it's foolish to sell. People come on, hey, a win's a win for retail, come buy G-Bucks. They're all going to come after your capital. And I think this is the time. This is the wave. This is either your first wave, maybe your second Wilbur Smith wave. And I think you got to hold on for all you got, because they don't come very often. And I think it's a combination of these guys preparing the product and battle testing it, and it's ready to go, matching the huge amounts of capital and the the competitive race that's going on nationally, corporately, bankingly. None of that's good English, I know. But there's just a race to get out ahead of your competitors, but also to stay even with your competitors. So when you tell your shareholders, your big institutions, hey, we're in there. We bought Railtown. I know that Microsoft is beating us. I know that NVIDIA is way out ahead. And I know Facebook's just a connection vehicle. But hey, remember, I'm a Zionist, so I have the support of the banks. But we just bought Railtown. So we've leapfrogged into the AI space. I mean, that's the kind of thing that'll go on. But we have to wait and see what happens. I don't see any of that momentum behind the GDC or behind NRGV or any other stock. You know, the whole palette of these stocks. This is the case. There is no other case. This is the wave. And you don't want to get off too early. On the other hand, we don't want to be greedy. But this is the one that's going to make you, Jack, I hope, and I fervently pray, I guess, that it makes you financially independent. And then you can survive what's coming, because what's coming is going to be a nightmare. And all these guys doing the hot money and all that, they're going to be driving taxi cabs. This is all a sign of financialization, end of a bull market that's gone on forever. Longer than Elton John's career. So let's move on. How are you? Hola. So now what? How are you? John, LOI is great. I had an LOI from a buyer in my house. He backed out after 30 days. I'm sorry that he backed out. Real estate's tough. It's not AI 2.0. And I don't see any analogy between a letter of intent on a residential property versus Railtown taking its MOU to the LOI stage on AIP Partners, when these guys have been working together for 8 months now, and they've gone to conferences together, they post items together. It sounds like the letter of intent is better than the one you got on your home. John, all we know about is the press release, which said on February 11th that Railtown entered into a memorandum of understanding to acquire AI Partnerships Corp., that in a few weeks they'd bring it to a letter of intent. That's all we publicly know. But John, I'll tell you what we don't know. Maybe they skipped the letter of intent. Maybe they just go to marriage. Maybe they just get a room. And, before the wedding, it's consummated. So I appreciate your caution that in the residential real estate area right now, it's not like it used to be, and that buyers back out on their contracts. But AI 2.0, I'm telling you, There is a bloody tsunami of capital seeking a home in the AI 2.0 spaces, and it comes from the MAGA 7. It comes from the companies that aren't in it. It comes from Wall Street. It comes from the products. It's going to come from retail, comes from institutional. So I think I'm sorry for your personal experience that you couldn't sell your house yet. I'm sure if you lower your price, you'll be able to get it done. But I think it's going to be opposite with Railtown. I think you're going to see, if we're lucky, at some point, when, no one knows. But if Railtown's conductor is as good as I've just described, and we still have to learn that, I believe it is, first to market, battle tested, commercial phase, solves a real problem nobody else can, speaks any language, is agnostic to who uses it. I think you could get a bidding war, not backing out. I think the analogy to residential real estate would be more like Florida properties or suburban properties during the economic shutdown caused by the pandemic, and all the money coming in from the Biden administration. And then properties would have 80 offers, and you're lucky to buy you had to overpay. Every property sold without an inspection, without any kind of it all as is, above offering. That's the time frame of residential real estate that I think is more analogous to what's going on with AI 2.0. You just don't see it in Railtown yet because the institutionalized theft of the entire market cap of the over-the-counter markets under the lackadaisical leadership of Charlie Cheese Cromwell, and also in NASDAQ under the blubbery butt leadership of Adina Friedman. But then you've got the oversight of the ever-expanding Robert Cook at FINRA and whatever banking shill they put in at the SEC. And then you've got the complete brain deadness of Ann Wagner. They can sell, as I believe they have, at least initially, 52 million shares of Railtown that do not exist in the United States. We don't know about Canada. Down in the United States, they've established opening positions of stock they do not own. They have not located 52 million shares. Now, some of that could have been offset with arbitrage. But Ann Wagner doesn't want you to know the numbers because it violates your privacy. The idiot. So, you don't see, John, that the price of Railtown is being suppressed. Maybe you're part of it, I don't know. Or maybe you don't believe it happens. I don't know. But I think most people here have seen it happen in stock after stock after stock. And I don't know what to call it. It was correctly pointed out to me I was using the wrong terminology. But supply and demand is a measure of buying and selling and holding, I guess, but buying and selling. There's enormous selling of product that doesn't exist. But since the announcement of the MOU, there's no buying, other than those of you out there listening to me, maybe, and maybe some other people that go, what's this stock? And they happen upon it. But wait till you see the buying come in, and you're going to find out that your analogy to the correction phase of an overinflated housing market is the wrong analogy. Usually, the analogy should be to 2000 or 2008 housing prices. So now what? That's why you get earnest money for your home. That's true. So I took what I could get. You ain't seen nothing yet. Baby, you ain't seen nothing yet. John says, I did, but it didn't matter. John said, LOI is only good as the paper it is on, not much, especially in business. Is that something your beautiful dog told you? That's not true. That's just not true. That's a statement. It's a blanket statement, which simply isn't accurate across all agreements. How do you explain? I can't remember them now. If you read Barbarians at the Gate, the discussion of the RJR takeover, Frostman was in there, and I'm trying to remember who was the banker that actually won. KKR was in there. But as those buyout offers came in, there were penalties too. I don't remember all the details, so you have me there because I read that so long ago. But a lot of letters of intent are binding, and they come with penalties if you don't perform. And I think in the housing markets, because the power has shifted to the buyer, yeah, I would agree the contracts are probably pretty weak in terms of seller interest and protections, but that's not the way it is in the AI space. And of course, John, you probably haven't followed because you've been distracted by selling your home. But Windrift software went for sale in August, I think it was, and as soon as the offer fell apart, I don't know if there was a penalty in it. As soon as the offer fell apart, the entire talent team was purchased by one group for $2 or $3 billion. And then another group came in and bought the stub and the shell and the remainder and the licensing for some other number of $1 billion. So you're wrong. I guess you're depressed that your house didn't go off, and I understand that. But to match that up with an LOI in Railtown, I think's wrong. And after 8 months, my guess is the LOI is going to have some teeth in it. But you're right. We have to wait and find out. So now what? You should have been able to keep the earnest money at least. John, we did. Still sucked. Had to back out of our future deal. That does suck. I'm sorry that happened. So you couldn't buy the other house. That sucks. I think if you own Railtown, or if you don't like these stocks, just own silver. I think over the next 5 years, you don't have to be in a rush to buy a house. I think by the early part of the next decade, I think housing is going to be on sale, and you can probably have your choice. You probably buy a house for a monster box of silver in the 2030s. And Railtown's one way to get to the point where you can afford a monster box of silver. I think there's going to be, in housing, the baby boom generation owns a lot of homes. And here in DC, I lost my house, so I pay attention. It's painful to watch. And I know you're hurt. Because I've had some of my own in real estate. And this is a good market. There's a lot of women in DC who get the jobs, and that's just a fact. If you're a white, educated female, your unemployment rate is less than 4%. And here, they get a lot of jobs. And they buy houses. And sure enough, a lot of the houses are priced for the salaries they get and the mortgages they have, and it's living downtown, and it's probably going to remain strong. But around the country, I don't know where you are, I think the population is going to crash. Apparently 50% of women who are childless, it's either at 30 or at 40, doesn't much matter, because if you're childless at 30, very low odds you're going to have children by 40. Or you're having one. But the population is going to crash around the world. Will it crash in the United States? Is it the reason that Joe Biden loaded jets and paid for illegal immigration to the tune of 20 million? Did he? I don't know that he was thinking, but did bankers recognize that unless we replace people, housing markets are going to crash? Maybe. But I think baby boomers own 2 or 3 properties. As they die, I don't think people are going to hold on to those properties. So I think supply is coming. I'm not sure the population of buyers is going to be there. And I don't know how to treat residential real estate. Is it a bond or a home, or is it a speculative or a blue chip asset? I don't know. But there's one way of measuring real estate, which is based on its ability to cash flow. So are rents going to keep going up if we have 25% inflation? Maybe. But what if salaries don't keep up? What if there's a lot of rental supply? There's a lot of things hard to figure out. I don't think young people are going to buy condos anymore. Not after what they're seeing with HOA and condo fees. So anyway, John, I think you're going to have a chance to buy the house of your dreams. But I think you might have to do a couple of other things first. So now what agrees with John? Agrees with John. G. Diddy. G. Diddy already owns a lot of Railtown. But G. Diddy still bought 400 more. And I think that's great. I think it's awesome. I wish I could buy 400. I would do it in a heartbeat. If I had a couple of $100, I'd go buy 400 shares. But I don't. So I'm trying to get you to do it. G Diddy, G Diddy, G did do. That's great. That's great. Giuseppe. Joseph Ingrao now has 120. Wow. Giuseppe. That is awesome. That's a nice number. I think you're rivaling Donna. Now the trick is, because when you accumulate a position, that's one decision. The other is how you sell it, right? Or hold it. Just hold it through thick and thin. We'll have to learn what makes sense as we go. So in other words, a person like you with 120,000 might end up even with somebody with 100,000 because maybe they did a better job of selling. That's all I'm saying. So people shouldn't get discouraged. There's a little bit of competitive juices, but anything around 100,000 shares is pounceable. It's awesome. It's gigantic. If I'm even close to right. What if only a fraction of what I say comes true? It's still a wonderful investment. Donna says, congratulations, Jack, on your... No, she says, hello, Jack. And then congratulations on your Railtown position. So I think she's talking to Jack, but she might, yeah, 83. She might also mean to congratulate Giuseppe. I congratulate you both. I congratulate Donna. Ward Richardson, good afternoon. I agree with a lot of big investors who are on the sidelines, salivating to get into Railtown. Cannot say I blame them. There. So that's some confirmation. Ward Richardson, good afternoon, William. I agree with you. A lot of big money sitting on the sidelines, salivating to get in this stock. I, of course, agree back. Jeremy Bodle, is Railtown getting close? Well, that's both a pithy question and probably the one on everybody's mind. I think so. I think my favorite deadline is October 7th. It's not particularly creative on my part. I did not know until the other day that Railtown's fiscal year ended at the end of September. So that gives one positive incentive. Let's just pour all the good news into our new year. That's a positive reason to do it. Secondly, I think the attorneys who have had 7.5 months to put this together have to be nearing the finish line. And my guess is, although they could have completed it yesterday, October 1, or today, October 2, or tomorrow, October 3, my guess is when attorneys see a weekend, they take it. So then you got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday next week. Because further, it's been my experience that CEOs make good news announcements Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So when I match that with attorneys, I don't think there's any attorneys that are going to be finished by 9 a.m. on Monday morning. I just don't see it. They got to go to court. They got to catch up on this. I don't see it. Mondays, catch up with all the clients, bill some hours, touch base, go to court, file with the judge. I don't see it. So that's why I picked Tuesday. I think Tuesday's the date, Jeremy. I don't know for you if that means close. To me, that means very close. That means once we're finished with today, on the third business day, I expect, now, am I going to be right? I could be wrong. But I would give it 60 to 75% odds that by Tuesday next week, we get news. If I'm wrong, we'll have to take a deep breath and I would say if I'm wrong about Tuesday, it would be good for Wednesday. But once it got to Wednesday next week, I'd have to go with my same thing. The attorneys are going to see a 3-day weekend in the United States. They're going to take it. So I would say it would be the following Tuesday. But Jeremy, it's time for the attorneys to let go of their work product and let the businessmen and women at Railtown and at AI Partners create value for their shareholders while trillions of dollars are in motion to invest in AI 2.0. And Railtown has, I think, I don't have a broad knowledge of AI, but based on what I understand, Railtown's product is, I think it's one of the best tools created. So I don't think the business people, the bankers, and the people that are invested in Railtown, invested in AIP, but also invested in all those roll-up companies, and then customers. There's a lot of customers out there for Railtown. We don't know how many, but they've been pitching. At some point, you've got to unshackle management at Railtown and let them go do deals. It's time. It's time. So anyway, Jeremy, I think Railtown's very close. I think it'll be Tuesday. That's pretty close. Donna says, congratulations, Giuseppe. My goal is 100,000. I need 2K more. Go. So Donna, if it gets to a point where you haven't purchased 2,000, let me talk about another subject which is a little frightening. It's a little frightening. But if you have 98,000 shares and the stock goes to $2, it's probable that your account will be marginable. And you could buy those 2,000 shares on margin. I strongly recommend not doing that. Do not do that at $2 or at $3, because the stock that just suddenly became marginable, and it might not be 50%, it might be a 75% maintenance requirement at $2. But if you borrow against your shares to buy more shares at that price level, $2 or $3, there is a possibility that the criminals will be able to short and then scare weak hands out of the stock temporarily anyway, for a matter of days. Maybe they get it back under $2 for 5 days. All of a sudden, you got to come up with 100% of what you spent. And if you don't have cash sitting somewhere, they'll sell stock. So I am not a fan of that at all. Zero. That would scare me. Now, if the stock went to $5, I still think you have to be careful depending on your own brokerage firm's rules. Because at $5 or $6, you may be able to borrow 50%, and then your maintenance might be as low as 30%. Depends on the rules at your firm. So if you wanted to go crazy and whole hog, you could really buy a lot of Railtown on margin. I, again, do not recommend that. I think that's scary. I think that's a way of losing everything. But let's say it goes to $5, or let's say it goes to $6. You have 98,000 shares. You could buy 2,000 shares, borrow 12. You're borrowing, I don't know what the percentage that is, very small percentage against your account. So as long as the stock doesn't come back under $2, you carry that margin balance. Now, the problem with the margin balance is interest rates are so massively high. They're 13%. They're credit card rates. So you got to factor that in. But my point is, Donna, let's say you're waiting on some money. Let's say when the stock's $6, you buy 2,000 shares by borrowing against your position. Well, your 98,000 shares would be worth, $588,000. So you borrow $12,000 against that to buy 2,000 shares, and you're now at your equity would be now $600,000. Your market value would be $600,000. Your equity would be reduced by that 12, so you'd be at the same position. Now, if the stock goes up, you get the benefit of 100,000 shares instead of 98. But it's such a small amount that you're borrowing, you're not putting your whole account at risk. And that's one thing you could do if you don't get to 100,000. But I don't want people over leveraging. It's crazy. Another thing you could do at $6 is instead of buying 2, maybe you buy 7,000 shares. And if the stock goes to, I don't know, $15, you sell 5,000. You got to pay short-term gains, but you must have short-term losses. But you pay off your entire debit balance, and you got 100,000 shares. So there are things you can do once the account is substantial. But I really congratulate you, Donna. I love that you're trying to get to 100. I hope you do. But 98 is plenty too, and it's awesome. Essentially, if I'm right, and look, if I'm wrong, I don't want people disappointed. But by Thanksgiving, with the right momentum and with the right information, Donna, your account could be worth $1 million. And, all the charm boys and all the guys with bumper sticker advice and the newest hot stock are going to come into you and say, sell. A win's a win. Good for retail. Oh, my gosh. But I really think at $10 even, that's just the beginning of the story for Railtown. And it's a question from $10 whether the stock goes to $55 or goes to $175 in a buyout. So I think you'd be leaving a lot on the table listening to advice that, oh, win for retail, you got to take it. Oh my gosh, fear, fear, fear. I think $10 is going to be confirmation that the story is great, and you don't want to get out. This is the Wilbur Smith wave. This is the case. This is the only case. Giuseppe, thanks, Donna. Let's get it. All right. Here's Bill Miko. I bought 5,000 GDC at 7. All right. So what did I say you bought it at? 9? Doesn't matter. Today's price, GDC is worth $32,000. So you're ahead of the game, or you're flat. You could trade that right now for 73,000 Railtown. And if you think, Bill Miko, that GDC is going to go to 16 or 20, Let's say Railtown goes to $20 over the next 2 months. You're going to turn what the market value is now, 32,000, into 100,000. That's actually fantastic. That's a great trade. But you're also setting up, there could be a short squeeze in GDC, and it could be the next QMMM. So not only do you perceive upside, you perceive you're in it for this great trade up. But if you trade out, it doesn't matter what you paid for GDC. Doesn't matter. Railtown's down from the time you bought, from the time you sold Railtown, Railtown's down, I think 5 cents. So that's not the point. The point is, what's the opportunity cost of holding 5,000 shares of GDC now? The stock's up, you bought it at 7, and you were staring at it and going, I would think, but you're wealthy, so you probably didn't. And it's back to almost 7. So actually my numbers changed. It's 679. The bid is 677. So you could sell 5,000 shares of Railtown right now at 677, which is amazing. It's a good trade you made. And a reasonable, maybe it still follows through. But you could buy Railtown, continued to be able to buy Railtown at 44.2 because the shorts are selling it. Oh. So you could actually buy 76,500 shares of Railtown right now, Bill. You could do that. 76,500 shares by swapping out of GDC. And if Railtown goes to $7 over the next 2 months, I think it's going to go higher. But if it goes to $7, you have $500,000. Railtown could squeeze. So you're not giving up the squeeze potential. And with that 76,000 shares at 7, you could sell 26,000 shares of Railtown at 7, go reestablish your position in GDC, and still have 50,000 shares of Railtown for free. For free. I think the choice between GDC and Railtown is compelling. You gotta move your shares from GDC to Railtown. But you're not the only person in GDC. I know you're pissed off at me for bringing it up, so you think I'm talking to you. I know a lot of people that own GDC. The guy yesterday, no, it was a different stock for him. But I know a lot of people that believe GDC is the place to be. I think it's idiotic right now for the next 45 days. I think it's crazy. But I could be totally wrong. But you could own 76,583 shares of Railtown for your 5,000 shares of GDC. And I know you're not going to do it because you're angry at me and you're going to dig in your heels. But rationally, if you could, and I only think you have the next hour or so to do this. Maybe you have all day Friday. Maybe you have all day Monday. But is GDC going to stay up? Hope so. But is Railtown, could they announce at 3 o'clock this deal is finished? Yes, anytime. Just because they haven't announced it so far doesn't mean it's going to take forever. I think it'll be Tuesday. But I could be, look, I'm guessing. I'm making an educated guess. But I think right now you can control your own destiny, Bill Michael, and you can change out of GDC for Railtown. You can turn 5,000 shares of GDC, which if it goes to 20, will be worth 100 grand, into 76,500 shares of Railtown, which if it goes to $10, will be worth $750,000. I think that's compelling even for a wealthy, even for a rich guy. And there's no reason why Railtown has to stop at 10 either. But the reason to do it, if you're not drawn to the upside comparison, the reason to do it is you can buy 76,500 shares of Railtown today. Next week, following week, whenever the news comes out, I don't think it's altogether clear, even if you paid $2 or $3, that you'd be able to buy 76,500 shares. You might be, because the first dance between the shorts and the news coming out could make it stutter step, as I call it. So it's possible, but I don't think you'll do it all in one trade like you can right now. Right now, you can buy 100,000 shares of Railtown. You can sell your GDC, add a little cash to it. You can take your Railtown position up to 150,000 shares. Right today, right now, you can do it. I don't think you'll be able to do it after the news coming out. Why? Because I think a lot of the insiders who already own Railtown, they're not selling. Once the deal is done, Railtown buys AI Partners. I'm guessing everything will be restricted for at least, I don't know what it is in Canada, at least 4 months, maybe 6 months. We'll have to read the information. And then institution, well, not at $1, not at $2. I don't know if institutions will come in that low. But I think you'll see whales come in, insiders come in, and maybe family offices come in at $1, $2, and $3. And they're not going to sell either. They're going to take that stock off the market. They're not going to be distracted by GDC. They don't believe in GDC. They don't believe in the Charm Boys. They're going to buy Railtown for it to go to $25, $30, $50, $75. So all that stock will start coming off the market. This will all start coming off the market. And right now you have the illusion that there's a lot of stock available to buy. All of the stock available to buy in Railtown is fake shares. But your brokerage firm, if they execute that trade, you're entitled to that security entitlement. So you own the upside. But you have to do it now while they're printing counterfeit shares for free. But Bill, I know you won't do it. So I took some time to tell you about it. You're mad at me. Call me Billy Boy. So it's your decision. But I think swapping GDC, which I don't think will be, I think it'll be $4 at Thanksgiving, maybe $3. But maybe it's $20 by Thanksgiving. So you're going to turn that 5,000, and you'll be stubborn because you're a businessman. I'm just a great stock guy, but you're a businessman. So you'll turn, about 35 grand market value right now into 100 grand. It's actually a great trade. It's fantastic. But I think it's riskier. I think that trade is riskier because you're counting on some insiders spending money to juice the buy machines. That'll cost them anywhere from $3 to $5 million, and I doubt they're going to put that up. And then they've got to break the law, but they do it from Hong Kong or Singapore or Cayman Islands. And they've got to do it under the noses of the SEC, who have just gone after QMM for the exact same thing. I think the idea that GDC is going to go to $20 or $15 is riskier by far than the idea that Railtown will go to $7 or $10 in the same time frame. But you're a businessman and you see it differently. Yeah, that's fine. I don't know, don't know who will be right. And the fact is, if you're right and I'm wrong, or the other way around, a lot of it's chance or serendipity anyway. But I don't see any downside risk to Railtown at all. I think it's in this eternal limbo, and I think it's entirely attorney driven. So that's the opportunity to buy. And I think the shorts, they have computers set up to sell stock that doesn't exist. They got into this mess. They're not thinking it through. They just have their computers turned on. And if they can keep it suppressed, maybe things will break their way. But if it doesn't, they'll just burn that LLC, burn that relationship, and move on. Move to Tel Aviv. But anyway, you're going to be stubborn about it. GDC is up 20% today. Shittown, clever. Shittown is down. It must be nice to have the bully pulpit and talk crap about all other stocks. That's funny that you called it Shittown and you say I'm talking crap about the other stocks. You seem to do your investing for fun because you're a wealthy guy. What I've experienced for the last 4 years from friends of mine, from people in these spaces, from walking halls of Congress, I used to get involved with the X calls, the space calls, from feedback here. And it started with Finger, went to GTII, went to CRTD, ham stocks. But I lost money in all three of those. Then it was MMTLP. I lost money in that. And the fight there, it was MMAT. I didn't buy MMAT. A lot of people, when I went to the rally at Congress, a lot of people lost money. Broke my heart standing there in GME and AMC. I didn't lose that. I didn't trade those because I didn't see it. To me, it was too late, and I didn't see that the system was going to allow those to squeeze. But I saw all those people in pain. I've met people for dinner. One guy bought me dinner at Milano and then at Le Diplomat. He's dead now. I've seen people lose family members, I haven't met them, but their mother lost their home, or they had to give up their home or their car, or their children killed each other, killed themselves. There's a lot of pain out there, Bill Michael. So you can sit back as a wealthy man and play with your dials and your machinery and your Harleys. And that's a different life you're living. Your reason for playing in this space is different than a lot of people here. You're not the person I'm talking to. You can afford to give up on potentially making $1.5 million by the end of the year in Railtown for risking that you're going to lose half your money in GDC because you kind of think it's going to go up to $20. Well, you might be right. I'm not trashing GDC. I admit to you, I don't know anything what's going on behind the scenes. I do know Railtown. I do know Railtown. And I don't know how many shares are going to be issued to do the merger, but I don't personally, to buy AIP Partners, which is just like an association that collects fees, I don't think it's going to be that expensive. I said that for months. I think Tony De Niro was completely wrong on that. I don't think, to use his words, there's going to be a hell of a lot of dilution. And in fact, I think in return for acquiring AIP, they have a chance to pick up 400 or 500 million in revenue over a period of time in the AI space, which, given the multiples of 12 to 25 to 50 to 100 to even 200x, adds gigantic market value being brought on board by acquiring AIP Partners. 180 AIP companies revenuing. So I think once the merger gets done, that's going to become visible. I don't think Railtown's a shit stock at all. At all. I think Railtown is one of the most exciting opportunities for people who have been hurt by this theory that large short positions in Finger, in GTII, in CRTD, in ZJYL, in GDC, in GBucks, and now GDC, are going to make them rich. And I left out at least 24 companies. I can't remember them all. MULN, Nixie, Logic, CRTD. It's a really faulty premise, Bill Miko, that Wall Street is going to enforce securities laws and that Wall Street's going to buy in gigantic failure to deliver, failure to locate positions, even if the price goes up. They're going to rescue each other. Look what they did with GME and AMC. Look what they did to GTII and Finger. And I'm not blaming a dead man. I'm saying that the system has ways out because they have the money. They control Congress. They bought the regulators. They use the same attorneys that the SEC underlings want to go get a job with. It's a bad premise. And I believed it because I used to work on Wall Street. But unlike you, Bill, because you're a wealthy guy and you've traded well, you don't lose money in your trades, it doesn't seem like. But you also are buttressed by a thriving business and, frankly, a wealthy spouse. Most people aren't in your position. So I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to people that are listening to your flawed logic. In my judgment, to you, it's excellent logic. But you're not the only one. You're not the only one. When I get to the bottom, I'll show you one guy I respect, and you can follow him on GDC. I just think GDC is trying to pull a fast one. I do not believe, I'm not a businessman, but I do not believe, well, that's not true. You don't think I'm a businessman. But I do not believe somebody would put $1 billion almost of Bitcoin into a shell company and give out of the gate, lose 2/3 of the value. It just doesn't make any sense. Let me put it this way. If the owner of that Bitcoin's a woman, it'll never happen because she'll see how stupid it is. If it's a man, maybe he's got his juices going, his testosterone flying, and maybe he thinks there's going to be some sort of manipulation. But he's starting down 3/4 of his value. My prediction is, Bill, that the Bitcoin will never go into GDC. So that's my belief. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong. That's not shit talking. That's not talking crap about another stock. What I am making clear to everyone here is finger motion might be hardened crap, so to speak, a little bit better floating on the top. But your ZJYLs, your MMATs, your MULNs, your LGICs, your GTIIs, your COSMs, your CRTDs, this whole menu of stocks are all liquid crap. And that doesn't mean the CEOs are bad. It doesn't mean the business plans are bad. It doesn't mean the board members are bad. It doesn't mean the investors are bad. It doesn't mean that the companies haven't implemented their business plan well. What it does mean is in the over-the-counter markets and in NASDAQ, trillions of dollars are stolen every year by a systemic strategy of selling stock using a flash boy speed of computers, selling stock that doesn't exist against counterfeit shares and against toxic financing. And so any company, Bill, that comes to the over-the-counter markets, that comes to the NASDAQ market that's under $5, maybe as high as under $10, and needs capital, there is no capital. There are no investment banks. There's just these bird dogs that get CEOs to sign agreements, and then Aubrey Advisors has Polar, or Jeff Easton has the Toad, or whomever. I don't know who it is. No one cares to research it. They destroy the market cap. It doesn't matter if they have a good story. Doesn't matter if you believe the story of GDC. Do you think 7 guys in Puerto Rico and 12 guys in Singapore have enough money to buy enough GDC to make sure it squeezes against the guys out of Borough Park and out of Florida who are going to sell 200 million shares? Do you believe that? You might be right. This might be the one that works, but it's a gamble. It's a gamble. Nixie hired White Diamond Research. And I said, what are you thinking? Oh, he's a good guy. We're paying him. When they gunned it, White Diamond screwed it up. I forget his name. And he made $2 million or $3 million. You actually think a group of guys out of Puerto Rico, Singapore, and Hong Kong can outsmart the system against them? I think if they hire Univest, and Univest brings in Univest's computers and contacts and hides a bit, perhaps you could have an HKD or a TOP or a QMM. Maybe. It's a gamble. Women won't make that gamble. Men will, because their balls hang down to their knees and they get angry and they got to prove their testosterone. They got to prove they're a warrior. Women are smarter than that. They're not going to take that idiotic risk. And what you're looking for in GDC, Bill, probably is that it's going to go to that $20, $22, but you're probably looking for a squeeze. But they've already announced they're going to raise money. So you got to put that in your head. but maybe they can squeeze it by cheating, by bribing a trading desk, by turning the buy-side computers on against the law that the SEC just went against QMMM for market manipulation. Let me be clear. The longs have to manipulate the market against the law to make GDC go up. And if Univest helps, they put their license on the line, but maybe they'll do it. You might be right, but it's a gamble. It's not a sure thing. It's a gamble. It's a gamble. It might work. Gambles work. So if you're looking for a squeeze to come in GDC, where are you going to sell it in the squeeze bill? If it happens, it's going to go to 150. Is that what you said? All right, you're going to sell it 150. Are you? Well, let's say you do. You have 5,000 shares, and somehow it squeezes before the Stevie Cohens and the Griffins come in and rescue the shorts. Let's say you get out at $150. You make 750 grand. So if GDC squeezes, Bill, and you get out of your 5,000 shares at $150, you make 750 grand. And you have a thrill. And because you're a man like I am, your testosterone, you're on a high. A woman wouldn't do that. She doesn't take those kind of risks. To her, it's going to be idiotic. She's going to look at it, maybe. You could right now exchange your 5,000 shares of GDC for 76,500 shares of Railtown. And Railtown doesn't have to go to 150. Railtown goes to $10. $10. You have $760,000. It doesn't have to squeeze. Railtown just has to go to what it's worth, give or take. Its starting point. And you have $750,000. I think it's idiotic, Bill. I know you've got your Harley Davidsons. You sold your dealership, but now you're trying to sell it again. It's confusing. And your wife had 250 grand and it's in oil and gas income, and you bought GDC at 7, which I don't recall that it was trading there when you told us that you bought it, but that's fine. I believe you. It went down to what, 350? I didn't say you made a mistake. I kept my mouth shut. And now GDC's 717. You can sell 5,000 GDC right now at $6.99. You can take your money off the table. And you're right. I think Railtown's down from when you sold it. So you can take advantage of that. Smart trade on your part. So 5,000 times $6.99, and you might get more because the stock's trading over 7. That's 34,950. Railtown is right now. No, you can sell it for 722 right now. 722. 724. 724 you could sell. So I've been wrong. I agree with you because it's gone up. But you could sell your 725. I'm gonna stop there because I gotta make the calculation. The bid is 725. You could sell your shares at 725. So 5,000 times 725 gives you 36,250. And if you bought Railtown right now, you'd pay 4509. Railtown's gone up on the ask. So maybe it'll be about the same number of shares. 36,250 divided by 4509 80,000 shares, 80,390. So you could buy 80,000 shares of Railtown right now. And if you think GDC is going to squeeze and you sell all of it in one trade at $150, you'd have 750 grand. If you swapped out right now for Railtown, you'd have 80,000 shares, more than 80,000 shares. And if it goes to $10 by Thanksgiving, you have $800,000. The odds of that happening on the Railtown side, I'd place, this is my call. You think it's a shit town, so you don't believe it. But I think the odds of Railtown being a $10 stock by Thanksgiving, 85%. I think the odds of GDC having a squeeze and going to 150, 10%, 5%. So I don't know what you're thinking. You're making fun of me, and it's fine. It makes you feel good calling me Billy Boy and calling it shit town, but you're just hurting yourself. And I've spent a lot of time on it now. But Bill, I really think you should sell your GDC, buy 80,000 of Railtown, and 80,000 of Railtown goes to 80,000 of Railtown by May goes to $55. You got $4 million. For you to make that kind of money in GDC on 5,000 shares, the squeeze would have to be to $884. So I know it's fun to make fun of me and say somehow I'm picking on. I'm not trying to talk crap about other stocks. I am saying that all of these stocks are crap, all of them, because the system is rigged. And if you think you found the stock where some whales are going to manipulate and put pieces together, hey, why don't we say Bitcoin's going to come in? Why don't we make a press release? Why don't we get the charm boys getting the stock up? Maybe it'll squeeze. That's what I think's going on. You think it's a better business plan. But Bill, if somebody came to you and offered you $2 million for your Harley Davidson shop, and they said to you, we'll give you 600,000 right now, and we're creating an LLC. We're gonna it's got a big short position, so you can own it, but we'll put it into the LLC, and it's worth 600 grand. I know you want 2 million, but we're going to see if this will trade up and you can get your 2 million. If it doesn't, well, at least you own a third of the company. You wouldn't do it. You simply would not do it. And you've ridiculed me for not being a businessman. But I'm telling you, you as a businessman, if you owned 7,500 Bitcoin and somebody came to you with the idea that put it in my shell and we're going to make it squeeze, we got people from all over, we got Univest, and we're going to turn on the buy computers and you're going to make a lot of money. But when that guy saw that the stock isn't 20, isn't 15, it was 3 the other day, you actually think he's going to put that Bitcoin into the pot? Maybe you've lucked on to the best strategy in the world. But I'm telling you, Bill Miko, 5,000 shares of GDC would have to kick butt to give you the return of 80,000 shares of Railtown. Today, for 40 minutes, you can go buy Railtown, 80,000 shares of Railtown. And by the end of the year, I think you have $1 million. 5,000 shares at $1 million by the end of the year, has to go to $200 a share. Maybe GDC does go to 200. Railtown, if you buy 80,000 shares, I believe, obviously can't promise, I believe you have $1 million by the end of the year. But if you stay in GDC, you have your pride. You can call me Billy Boy, and you can accuse me of talking crap about other stocks. I'm not. I'm talking about a strategy. I think it's insane to be in these stocks, which the whole system's against you. And a few Chinese guys and Malay and Hong Kong think they can beat the entrenched systems of Stevie Cohen, the Toad, and the Burroughs Park boys. Good luck. Good luck. Anyway, I do wish you well, Bill. You've been right. You sold Railtown at a higher price. It's pulled back. You bought, according to your own numbers, you bought GDC at 7. It went down to $3 something, and now it's back above 7, and that makes you feel good. To me, that's a good time to get out and come buy Railtown cheaper than you sold it. You can buy 80,000 shares. That's a hell of a trade you made. It's very smart. It's genius, in fact. Then you'd have a total of 120,000 shares of Railtown, which if it goes to 55, if you can hold on to it, you have $6 million next year. That's a lot of money. But I know you're wealthy already, so your motives are different. But just to be clear, I'm not talking crap about any stocks. I think it's insane for people here on the Twitter calls and listening to the Charm Boys to buy any of those stocks. If one works, but you'll lose it on another. So I think Railtown's the only place to be. Railtown can give you the squeeze returns. You can, if you have 80,000 shares of Railtown and it goes to $12.50 by the end of the year, that's $1 million. If you have 5,000 shares of GDC to be worth $1 million, it's got to be $200. I mean, I don't know many people that would make the choice you're doing if you're really trying to make money. If you're just trying to call me an asshole, get in line. There's a lot of people think I'm an asshole. But I wish you the best, Bill. I know you're wealthy already, and it must be fun to be in a stock you paid $7. It made you see $3, and now it's back to 7. It's got your blood running. It must be fun. But that's a different reason than why I'm telling people, get out of all those stocks that are manipulated. Be in Railtown. I think Railtown, once the news announces, gives 10, 15, 20x in a very short period of time. And then next year gives another 10, 15, 20x. There's no squeeze in it. There's no manipulation. There's no Univest. There's no trying to get the system to buy in. There's no Borough Park boys selling massive amount of stocks. I think it's the way out of hell. But, you know, I think you've enjoyed your returns and your success trading these stocks. So I don't know what else to say. La Punya Makapuki. Wow, I see all high spirited today. Price must be up by 0.001 again. Well, let's see where the prices are. No, you're wrong. The price is up by 0.0094. It's not even up by a penny. La Punya Makapuki. The volume is 129,000 shares. We got 30 minutes to go approximately. The last trade was 8,380 shares at 44.5. prior to that 7,500 shares at 45.44. And those are the two most recent shares that my trades. So we've got a bid of 43.3, 15,000 by 13,000, 022, 43.3 by 45.45, like puny Makapuki. So now it's flat. Now the stock is flat. To me, as I was just explaining, La Punia Makapuki, right now, the buyers, all of the huge potential buyers related to Railtown, institutions, whales, insiders, people that have an extra 100 grand, they are not allowed to buy because they know or could be presumed to know material inside public information, that if the non-public information, that if the public did know, would change the public's decision on what to do. You guys, on the other hand, can cheat and collude and know inside information that you are putting pressure, that you have hired each other to come in and FUD and sell stock. You know that you have the attorneys that'll make sure you don't go to prison. You know you're never going to be caught. You have that inside information, and you can act on it by selling stock that doesn't exist and is not located. You've done it for 7 months, and no one cares. No one cares. Adina Friedman doesn't care. Robert Cook doesn't care. Chuck E. Cheese Cromwell doesn't care. Ann Wagner doesn't care. The SEC doesn't. Nobody cares. So you can come on here and you can ridicule all you want. But I think the opportunity for people to make money, like Bill Miko, is because you guys are selling stock through your computers, and because the stock loan and the forms you filled out, the market makers are allowing you, and the prime brokers are allowing you. People on the other side can buy all the stock they want right now. That's going to change, La Puna Maca Puni. It's going to change as soon as the news is announced. Well, you don't know the news is going to be announced. No, that's true. I don't know. But what I do know is for 8 months now, the two parties have been dancing, probably making out, and maybe going further. So I think the marriage is going to happen. What slowed it up is attorneys, and for all I know, Lupunia Makapuki, you are hiring the attorneys, stalling the attorneys. I don't know. You guys have the whole system rigged, which doubly makes my point. I don't think, once Railtown works, I don't think people should be trading in this sewer with you. I'm not going to fight you anymore. I congratulate you. You got the perfect crime. You've purchased the government. You've purchased the banks. You've purchased the regulators. Bravo. I'm not fighting it anymore. But until Railtown goes up, I will fight you. Because I want people to make back their losses in MMTLP, in Finger, in CRTD, in GTII, in Logic, in these stocks. I want people to make back the money they lost. And on top of that, I want them to make so much green, it paid for these 4 years of hell. And then once they're there, I don't want them ever getting close to your crime scene. Now, they could be like Bill Miko. They have enough money. They can do 5,000 here, $10,000 there, shares, 5,000 shares, 10,000. When their account's worth 3 or 4 million, well, that's up to them. But I'll tell you what, La Puni Makapuki, There's better stocks out there like Dolly Vard and other stocks. There's other deals out there. There's other financings out there that have nothing to do with your crime scene that people can enjoy and sleep at night. And I intend to show it to people, even if it's one person. You guys can have everybody else you seduce. But I'm leaving the field of play. I would not buy any of these stocks unless it's just a little, if my account's $10 million and I throw 10 grand at it, which is not my case. Fighting you guys is stupid because you guys never quit. You don't have a name. You make a good living by cheating, and you have no conscience. Why the hell be around you? Railtown's away from you. And I hope, if it's just one person that listens to me, I hope they never come back to you. Bill Miko, accept Railtown. You are blinded by your own convictions. Example, yesterday you tried to scare people out of GDC by citing some article on another stock, QMMMM. I'm not trying to scare people out of GDC. And for people that held it one more day, they're in a better position, but that's chance. That's chance. I don't know when Railtown's going to put out their news. It could have been this morning. But yes, Bill, on QMMM, the SEC halted trading for 2 weeks because of manipulation, massive manipulation in the stock price. It's people from Hong Kong, I think, or Singapore, and Cayman Islands. That's the same model as GDC. It's the exact same model, in my judgment. But I don't know. If you want to get good information on GDC, follow him and follow Dirty Randy. And they give very upfront, credible information. You don't have to listen to me, Bill. But yes, my opinion still is, Bill, that GDC is hugely risky. It might work as a squeeze, but it's a sketchy business plan. I call me skeptical that somebody would actually put $1 billion into a company currently worth, I don't know what the market cap is. Let me look it up. 331 million market cap. Why would somebody put $1 billion, almost $1 billion in Bitcoin in there? It just doesn't make sense. So yeah, I am cautioning people. I think they should, let me be specific, Bill Miko. I think people should sell GDC now today. And if they sell 5,000 shares of GDC, they can buy 80,000 shares of Railtown. Do it today before the market closes. I'm not trying to scare anybody. It's probabilities. 80,000 shares of Railtown, which you can buy because the shorts are selling it, has a better chance of going to $1 million than 5,000 shares of GDC. I don't think I can be any more clear than that. I'm not trying to scare anybody. I think on a risk reward, Railtown is the Cadillac and GDC's the Ford Fairlane. It's just how I see it. La Puna Makapuki. Yesterday, Benjamin Schmiel said you had told your viewers to sell everything and buy Railtown, but now you claim you were only referring to your bucket of stocks, GTI, ZJYL, etc. I've heard you. No, I'm not saying I'm only referring to my bucket of stocks. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that, I mean, it's not complicated what I'm saying. And there may have been times 2 or 3 months ago that I didn't spell it out because I don't realize that retail people listening to me can't always put it together. But la lu punya makapuki, let me be clear what I'm saying. And Benjamin Schmiel is wrong. And if he thinks I said sell everything, I'm not saying, although if I had shares of IBM run by this woman, I would sell them. I don't think IBM has a hell of a future. But I'm not saying sell IBM. I'm not saying sell General Motors, although there again, I think General Motors is in trouble. I'm not saying sell your investment grade stocks. I'm not saying sell your physical gold. I'm not saying sell your house. There's different asset classes. What I am saying is that so-called diversification across a bunch of crap stocks isn't diversification at all. If your money is in high-risk stocks, if your money is in junk stocks, if your money is in manipulated stocks, if your money is in speculative stocks, if your money is in stocks that have signed toxic convertible note deals or similar, or is in the over-the-counter / NASDAQ market and you're raising capital, yes, I'm saying sell all of those. Not mine, everything, and buy Railtown. I am saying that. But I'm saying in those buckets. The bucket of crap, sell that. It's up to you if you want to sell your, your BVD or your AT&T bonds. It's up to you to do that. But if you have high risk money, speculative money, hoping for squeezes, hoping for returns, Railtown is the place to be. Why? La Punya Mekapuki. Because the price is wrong. Railtown is trading at 44 cents because there is artificial selling, and there's been artificial selling since the MOU came out. There have been apparently 52 million shares sold that do not exist, at least initially. 50 million shares sold that do not exist, and there's no buyers. That La Punya Maikapuki suppresses the price. The entire float's 100 million roughly. 60% is closely held. Another 30% is closely held. There's we is pretty much held. Nobody's selling. The price is wrong because there's no price discovery. The only thing keeping this suppressed, and unfortunately I don't know what to call it, but from the period of the MOU until now, insiders, big buyers, contractors, lawyers, people that might know, they are precluded from buying because they may have signed an NDA, their partner may have signed an NDA, their company may have signed an NDA. They're precluded from buying because they can be judged. The SEC goes after longs that they are in possession of material non-public information. And if they buy, and if somebody starts a class action suit on the other side and says, you bought and you had information that my client, Susan Marie Johnson, 80 years old, she would have purchased it. It's going to be terrible. So everyone has to keep their lips zipped. Everyone can't buy. Now you can play your games. No one's coming after you. And you know what? I give you great credit. You have a great crime scene and it's very profitable for you. I'm leaving this field to play, but not until I make sure that people get, and it's not everybody. People are still chasing GDC and ZJYL and G-Bucks. Bill Michael probably felt like I crapped on G-Bucks when I was telling people to sell G-Bucks 3 months ago, 2 months ago, last month. He probably thought I was crapping on it. But what I was saying is the odds are stacked against retail making money in these stocks. Get the hell out of all those shitty stocks and put it in Railtown. Do it today. You have 20 minutes to do it. Maybe you have 5.5 hours tomorrow to do it. Maybe you have 5.5 hours on Monday to do it. Maybe you have 5.5 hours on Tuesday to do it. But soon, this stock is going to be $1.20, $1.50, and you're not going to be able to do it again. Not only are you not going to be able to buy it at 45 cents, you're not going to be able to buy 100,000 shares. So yes, I will be very clear. Benjamin Schmiel didn't hear it correctly. I think people should sell every single one of the manipulated, the junk, the high risk, the speculative stocks right now and buy Railtown right now. So have I been clear? Have I been clear? Now you say it's my bucket, GTII Finger, ZJYL. That bucket is Ham's. Now, I had Ham come on almost every day. So if you want to link those together, I understand it. But those are Ham stocks, not mine. And I did believe in the case of GTII, but then I put out, to me, very clear indications to get the hell out of it. But it wasn't coming across clearly. So I've spent La Puna Macapuki since June 4th. I've spent all this time on one stock to make it clear what I'm saying. 45 cents is the wrong price for Railtown. Railtown today, right now, should be $4.50, $7.50, $10. Right today, that's where it should be. It's the wrong price because of you and your friends and because the buyers can't buy. So investors have a chance to change their situation by loading up on Railtown, in my judgment. And it's going to disappear soon. Will it be tonight, tomorrow, Monday, Wednesday, the following week, 2 weeks? Who knows? But it's going to disappear. It'll be $1.50 before you know it. And anyway, I've heard you say sell everything and buy Railtown. Well, if I said it, when you're in a conversation, maybe in one sentence I said it, but in the overall explanation that I give paragraph after paragraph, I think it was pretty clear what I was talking about. But now let me address that. Do I think people should sell? For example, I wouldn't do this. And you can't do it instantaneously anyway. But if people purchased Sprott Physical Silver Trust at $8, and it's now $16. And by the way, that was a recommendation I made quite strongly to people. It's now $16. Would I, if it were in my account, I'd probably sell Sprott Silver, which I think is a conservative investment, and I'd buy Railtown. But I don't have a wife or kids. I can't recommend to people to do that. All I know is La Puna Macapuki is if people have already adjudged that they can put some of their capital in crap stocks, junk stocks, high-risk stocks, speculative stocks, stocks that have no chance in hell of working, they've already made that allocation. So if their money's in that allocation, I think it should come over to Railtown. That's all I'm saying. So you want to play word games with me? Maybe in one sentence I said sell everything, buy Railtown. But I think people knew what I was saying. And if they don't, they know now. You're a blatant liar. You have lied and twisted and turned your words many times. No wonder you're a failure. You have no credibility. Well, I don't agree with you. And if I were a liar, I don't think it has anything to do with whether or not people should own Railtown right now. I don't think I've lied about that. I may have made assumptions that people understood what I'm saying, but La Puna Macapuki, this audience owns these stocks. Those are the ones I think they should get into Railtown. We'll see if I'm right. It's a judgment call. It's a strategy. It's an opinion. I don't think I've lied about it at all. I think I've been very clear. And I'm comfortable, La Puna Macapuki, if someone has an account and they sell everything and buy Railtown, I'm comfortable with that. But that's not what I said. It's not what I intended. There are some positions you don't sell. But I've wasted enough time answering that. La Puna Macapuki, go see what they're saying about you in StockTwits and other forums. Well, to quote Woody Allen's mother, I think it was his mother, that's my reputation. I can't do anything about what people think about me. All I can do is my own actions and my own work, and that's character. So with respect to you, La Puna Macapuki, I'm not going to go on StockTwits. And if people don't like me, they don't like me. I'm not 22 anymore. I don't particularly like myself. So it's not a question of like, it's a question of me trying to do the best I can as one person to do the right thing. And I think that's what I'm doing. And I haven't quit. Is it going to turn out? Are you guys going to win with all your power? Yeah, you might. But I'm not bothered by StockTwits or other forums, what they're saying about me. I miss my dog. But La Puna Macapuki, there's lots of people in the world that don't like me. So they don't know me and you don't know me. Black Wolf, why can't everybody can't buy? What is the float? I think the float in Railtown is about 104 million shares. It's not that those shares aren't there. It's an incomplete sentence. People are not going to be able to buy the stock under $10, under $20, under $25. It becomes price. The price of the stock is going to have to be massively higher for those shares that insiders hold, that key whales hold, that big institutions hold. The price is going to have to be a lot higher before those shares come available to market. That's all I'm saying. The float, the realistic float, the available float is going to get constricted. The only people making shares available right now, other than maybe a handful here or there, are the criminals, are printing stock they haven't located, they haven't borrowed, they don't own, and they have no intention of delivering. That's just how it is. La Puna Malkapuki, no wonder you're a cranky old guy who is friendless, and many ran away from you. I know people like you cry in your bed at night. You did this to yourself. Keep up this great character. Well, I am old. I may be cranky. I don't know. I hope I'm not cranky, but I might be. Remember La Puna Makapuki. I've been young. You've never been old. We'll see how it turns out when you're old. I don't cry at night in my bed. But I have sleepless nights, and there's times where I wake up with fears and regrets and remembering things and thinking of people. But again, I've been young. You've never been old. Let's see what happens in your sleep when you're older. We'll see, But yes, at night it can be restless for me. I did this to myself. What did I do to myself? What did I do to myself? I do feel friendless, but that's probably different than reality. I do believe that as a man, my focus has to be on my economic situation and others before I can go out and chase and you'll find it out as you get older. A lot of your friends when you're younger, drinking, because that's one other thing, La Punya Makapuki. A lot of my friends were in drinking situations. I don't drink anymore. And in DC, if you don't drink, it's not a lot to do. And if your friends drink, they're fun to be with for 45 minutes, but then it's like, I got to get out of here. So it's a transition for me. But also, as you get older, La Puna make me puke. A lot of those people you meet, get to know, and network with, they really, as you get older, they fade away. So having core friendships is important. And I think, again, I've been young. I've been popular most of my life. And now I'm older, and it's an experience. But I was told by yet someone even older than I, who I trust completely, she told me if you have 3 friends by the time you die, if you're left with 3 good friends, you're a wealthy person. So we'll see how your life goes. La Puna Makapuki. You seem like a great person, so you must have a lot of friends and very active nights in bed. You're one of those lucky people. It oozes from you what a kind, caring, and generous person you are. Black Wolf, low float, 153 million real time. Well, the outstanding shares, let's go by Yahoo. Yahoo Finance. Let's go to Railtown. And let's look up, it's 4509. Let's look up their statistics. Market cap 61 million. I'm telling you guys, you got 2 minutes to buy it today. You might have all day tomorrow, all next week, but you might not. You never know. According to Yahoo, under the shares outstanding, 142,950,000. Implied shares outstanding, 143 million. Float, according to Yahoo, the float is 104 million shares. So Black Wolf, what float means is the stock that's tradable. When you see fully diluted numbers like 153, maybe that's more accurate than Yahoo's 143. That can include stock that's been issued to employees or issued to investors that's not free to trade. If it's not free to trade, you include it in the fully diluted share number, but you don't include it in the float. According to Yahoo, the float right here of Railtown is 104 million shares. We'll get better numbers as they start releasing information once the deal is closed. We'll have better numbers. Hey, Steve. Math, science, computer tutor. Miko, you're still red in GDC. Don't celebrate too early. It might be a good observation, but my point isn't that GDC is a bad idea, that it's bad people. My point isn't to crap on GDC. My point is, are you trying to make money? And if you're trying to make money, the higher odds, pick a number, the 80% odds that you can turn 5,000 shares of GDC into $1 million versus 80,000 shares of Railtown into $1 million. The odds, the probabilities. I think there's an 80% chance you can turn 80,000 shares of Railtown into $1 million. I think the odds of GDC, 5,000 shares, going to 200 a share, 1%. I think the odds of GDC being destroyed and going back down to $3, $2.50, I think it's at least 50% odds, flip of the coin. So you're risking half your money for what? In Railtown, I don't think there's any risk to the downside. You're experiencing the downside in Railtown. Waiting, pressing, the shills, the negativity, the attacking, the unpleasantness. You're experiencing the downside of Railtown. And it's only gone to, where did it close? It's gone to 45.17. It was as high as 69.7 this year. So you're experiencing the downside. If you buy Railtown now, I don't see any downside. Now, does that mean there can't be a spike downward? Does that mean that in any moment in time or weeks in time, there could be a sell-off? If these guys have their way, they're going to crush it. But I don't think it's going to work. I do know, math sciences, that these teams of people, they don't have to be working together, but over time, on the Svengeti, the lion pulls down the water buffalo, and the lion's pride starts eating, but the hyenas come after time, and they start nipping. And when the big boy goes up to the top of the mountain just to rest, the hyenas come in more aggressively. And then the birds come down. the vultures and other birds come down. That group may or may not be hunting together, but they've learned over time their roles. And the role of the charm boys is to get you to buy a stock like GDC. The role of the manipulators is to go out, find a shell. Originally with GDC, a group of people, I think it was from Singapore, might have been Hong Kong, bought the entire float. I think they did a reverse split or something. That was a year and a half ago. Somebody's big mouth on Twitter stopped the squeeze. So they waited over a year. Now they're trying again. So what do you know? I think you know that there were a bunch of whales involved from Southeast Asia. They own the whole float. And I think Univest was involved. But I don't know all this for sure. And now they come together. Well, what's working now? Well, Bitcoin's working. Look at Sailor. Why don't we take GDC and why don't we announce we're having a bunch of Bitcoin go in it? And then we'll put out a press release that it's worth $22 a share, which wasn't factual. But that doesn't bother anybody. No one catches that, except it kind of makes me think, what's going on here? You can't proofread your press release. It's worth 15 and a half. But then if you go into the filings, they're going to issue preferred stock, and they've increased the equity to 1 billion shares. Is it Univest going to cross some stock on behalf of somebody? Maybe the company GDC becomes a shell with 200 million in cash and no Bitcoin. Maybe that's the end goal. But I think GDC falls in the category of a stock where a group of smart people, good people, maybe working with Univest, are trying to game the system. Some of it's legal, some of it's illegal. And I'm all for it, by the way. Screw the shorts is my attitude. And if the cops can't protect us, I'm all for it. But there's a risk that the cops come after them like they did with QMM. So is GDC an 80% probability of success, let's say above $10? I don't think so. It might be 60% and it might work. Railtown, I think, is a 90% probability of success that Railtown gives you 10, 15, even 20x as soon as the deal's announced. Why? Because AI 2.0 is the place that trillions of dollars are going. Why? Because Railtown created a solution, an AI self-learning proprietary solution that works across all industries and all companies and is designed to install software, upgrade software, find bugs, improve software, and etc., and do repetitive tasks, all while learning. And it's in its fourth or fifth iteration, and it's first to market, best in class. And Railtown's conductor is ready to go and tackle a $300 billion a year saleable market. If they penetrate 1%, they do $3 billion a year in revenue. So that's the other thing. Thirdly, the big boys, the NVIDIAs, the Facebooks, the Microsofts are buying every single company they can find with an AI 2.0 story. I heard they're out there giving bounties to programmers. Here's 100 million. Here's $1 billion. You're better than Juan Soto. Here's $1 billion. You just come across the street and work for us. Money is pouring into AI 2.0 almost regardless of result. Why? because these big companies have to keep up with each other. They cannot take the chance, if you're a Facebook, that Google somehow comes up with an AI solution or product that can replicate through its Instagram Facebook. They've got to keep up. They will spend whatever they can. I last saw this in the shale oil situation. Banks and companies were just throwing money, investors, at horizontal drilling and fracking. It made no sense to me, but the money was coming. And the money's coming to AI 2.0. So I think Railtown is a $5 to $10 stock right now. Once the story's told, once the buying comes in that is precluded, and once all the fake shares stop selling, I think it's a $10 stock. What do I think about GDC? I don't know. Bill Miko knows more about GDC. He quoted a press release that's inaccurate, but he didn't know. He didn't know. And he's not a stock guy. He's a businessman. But he's putting real money at risk, 35 grand. It's real money. I think the better odds of success, you put 35 grand in Railtown, 80,000 shares, I think you double your money as soon as the news comes out. So your risk is doubling your money. And if the buying comes in and the selling stops over a 6-week period, I think you make 20 times your money. That's a big return. And I think those probabilities are in the 85 to 90% range. So anyway, thank you, math, science, computer tutor. Solomon's Treasure. I treasure Solomon's Treasure's posts. Solomon's Treasure. I now have 17K. That's a great position. That's an awesome position. I'll write it down. $20,000. That's all. No, sorry, 17,000. Still, it's an awesome position. It's an awesome position. Good for you, Solomon's Treasure. Bravo, bravo. Stay strong. Justin Babbage. Now my hands are locking up. It's all my fault. I brought it on myself. This getting old, I brought it on myself. My hands don't work. Was it Kristen that has the space calls that you used to join about MMTLP? No, she was there. It was Junk Savvy, primarily Junk Savvy. But I went on other calls. I tried to listen to the drum major. I tried to listen to the attorney with the guitars. I tried to go on other calls as well. But primarily it's Junk Savvy and Busy Brands. And I think very highly of both of those people. I think highly of Kristen. I think she's terrific. I wonder if any of those people would be interested in Railtown. Do they know what you've been doing lately? I haven't gone on to those space calls, and I haven't, Justin, despite what these shills tell you, I haven't tried to go promote or push Railtown. What I've done is I have a certain audience. Ham left. I think Ham was pissed off. I don't know this, but I think Ham was pissed off that I was saying that Finger would go to $3, $4, or $5, maybe $6. I might have said $7 even. I can't remember. That chick is going to say I'm lying. I'm just remembering. And I told people to sell your calls, sell the stock. And I guess maybe Ham got upset with that. I don't know. I was right on calling finger this year. Whatever reason, Ham bolted, and I'm sure he took a lot of people with him. My understanding, he told people I have my head up my ass. That's fine. That might have just been an expression. I'm not trying to say anything bad about him. But Justin, whatever was left, I'm trying to talk to those kind people about Railtown. Simply, there was one person who I called actually, and she told me, I just want to get my money back. And it broke my heart. That's so many people out there just want to get their money back after they're abused. And I think Railtown, particularly Justin, with some of these positions, I think Railtown has a chance to not only pull people into the green on MMTLP, which will never settle, on GTII, which is worthless, on Finger, which might go down first because they got to finance, and maybe next year is $3, on Logic, which is worthless, on MMAT, worthless, on MULN, disaster, on Next Trip might go up, might not, you don't know, on Nixie, didn't seem to work, all the manipulation, smart people, a lot of money, a lot of story, a lot of activity. All that money and smart people couldn't make Nixie fight the shorts. They still might be able to. COSM, complete steal of the market cap. Anyway, it goes on and on and on and on and on. I'd like those people who are here listening to me to have a chance to go into the green and not only just get their money back. I'd like them to make multiples of all this pain and suffering and all of these losses. And I'd like each and every one of you, including you, Justin, to become your own financially independent entity. And you stop listening to all that crap. And over time, you start to realize that you're valuable to the financial system. And I hope to show people how to get through the pain that's coming so that you thrive on the other side. The key first step is to act and own Railtown. Now, will people start coming to me if Railtown goes up? Maybe. But I'm not trying to build an audience. I'm not trying. I monetized some of my videos last month. You know what I got? $100. I'm not monetizing them anymore. I don't make any money doing this. But I'd like to know that I at least tried to help people make their money back and maybe make enough money that they can start buying silver and maybe in oil and gas income and other things. They can set themselves on to a state where from their 40s into their 60s, they can be strong and independent financially. That's what I'd like to do. But it's not in my plan to go out and promote Railtown or prospect it or get everybody. I didn't do that. I don't know why. I think I've found this quite stressful and many times very difficult to see through. But my goal here, Justin, believe it or not, isn't me. It really isn't me, which is odd. And it doesn't make sense to people. Why aren't you doing this like every, you know? And it's there have been I've got this floater in my eye. It's weird. You know, I've leaned on one person in particular. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be sitting here. So I'm grateful to that person. I'm also grateful to God that, as my mother used to say, you're provided for. And I'm just seeing this through. It's taken longer than I thought. But I think once it's over, it's going to have its own momentum. And my job then is going to make sure you don't sell. Now you're going to say, why would you do that? Why shouldn't people sell? Look, when this stock goes up, be it $5, $10, $15, $20, it's not over. And if you sell, you'll never reestablish your position. This is one of those situations that may lead to transformational equity creation in your account. And it's happened with other people. It happened with Microsoft, happened with Facebook, happened with NVIDIA. It happens. And I think it has a good chance of happening here. And in fact, Justin, I think most people here, if they don't sell, will never have to make a sale decision. I think Railtown will be bought out. Is that an accurate prediction? I don't know. But software, I don't know what they call it now, but software moves so quickly. And the desire to own software, even if it's the wrong thing. I used the example of ICQ. I think they paid $440 million. Back when that was a lot of money. Microsoft bought it, didn't go anywhere. But they'll go out and buy with stock everything they can buy and hope something works. Hotmail did work. They bought Hotmail. So anyway, I like your kindness, Justin. You're thinking of other people. And maybe I should have tried to do something, but I stopped using Twitter because of the provocative nature of it. There's other people on Twitter. I'll show you one who were talking about Railtown. It's not about me. Patient Swings put up a positive on Railtown, and I think a lot of the people following Kristen or Junk Savvy, some of the people anyway, follow him. Hey, PS71, how are you? Autumn, the summer wind came rolling in from across the sea. It lingered there, it touched your hair. Come walk with me. All summer long, we sang a song and walked hand in hand. Oh, the summer wind, the autumn wind, the winter wind. Thank you, Autumn. 55,625. You've done well on Barrick, which I recommended. PHYS, I think I recommended. PSLV, I recommended. Maybe I recommended SPPP. I can't remember that symbol. But I did recommend WPM. So good for you, Austin. Autumn. The autumn wind, the winter wind, come rolling in. PS71. Last 3 months I've been working too hard. That's why I've been scarce. But listen, off hours. You have me at, hello. You have me at 21,000 Railtown. Please, Rail. Yay! 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 Oh, I forgot about CNRC. Another one. That guy. I'm going to go down to his town at the end of October. I'll try to look him up. I'll try to find out more about CNRC. But I love it that you sold CNRC, sold half your Wolf, which Wolf is finally doing well after struggling. And I love that you're at 102,500. I love it. Congratulations. $102,500. Congratulations, PS71. In my other account, I bought 1,250 Dolly Varden. Keep talking about gold and silver. I will. I'm going to try to get the CEO of Dolly Varden on Twitter with the help of Busy Brands, but he's on vacation right now. Busy is. So PS71, they announced Swift is not going to use XRP, and XRP goes up. Seems like the crypto market is manipulated very hard for retail. Yeah, anything that you buy, once it's in the news and once it starts going up, they're going to sucker punch you. That's my opinion. I like XRP, but I don't think the British Empire, the British banking system, and it started, during the Holy Roman Empire. Well, it started with the Medicis in Italy, this modern idea of fractional reserve banking. And it spread up to the Netherlands. And it was Spain and France and England. But England, the kings never had money. And then you had Henry VIII. And I think, I've got to check, but I think it was Henry VIII that was one of his forebears, both in the Holy Roman Empire and then in the Anglican Church. They invited the Jewish population of Europe to come do the banking because for some reason, I guess, with the Catholic Church, it was somehow a sin to lend, borrow, charge interest on money. So anyway, England brought in the Jewish bankers, so to speak, whatever, money changers, whatever you want to call them, from Italy to London when the king needed money. And it worked. And then John Law went over to France and showed the power of paper money. And it was Holland that started the idea of corporations. So you had the Dutch East India Company, the British East India Company, all these giant corporations funded one share at a time that were more powerful than countries. And then you had the banks behind them. And the whole idea of the fractional reserve banking system is to lend money into existence against 10% reserves. And as you conquer the British Isles, and then you go to New York and the Hudson River, you can conquer that. And then you can go to the Potomac and conquer that. All you have to read about, and I try to remember the name of the book. There's a book called Cod, but I think there's a book on the oysters too, but it might have been in the book Cod. But as this banking system has gone from closed system to new systems and then drained that, and then that becomes a closed system, who's running it? Is it the British banks? Is it the Jewish banks, as some people accuse? Is it the U.S. banks? Is it our gigantic pools of money? BlackRock. BlackRock is as big as, I think it fits in as an economy in the top 10 in the world. Well, these concentrations of money and the banks, roughly it's New York, London, Geneva, I don't know if there's another European capital, maybe Paris, maybe Milan, Frankfurt, maybe that's it. So it's London, Geneva, Frankfurt, New York, and Tokyo. That's the Western banking system. Is it British? Is it Jewish? Is it American? Is it some combination? Is it grumpy old Irish Catholic guys? I don't know. But I do know this. The banking system, the Western banking system, has captured our governments, has captured our money printing, has captured our taxes and our budgets. It's captured our journalism. It's captured our medicine, our seeds, our food, our energy, our private equity. The Western banking system has everything in control. As the Western world has become feminized, and the banks and the pilots and the schools, the idea is just put women in there. They're as good as men. Men have held women back. I don't care if they're 26, put them in. It makes no sense. But as we've gone to this generation, this third or fourth wave of the feminist movement, very oddly, the Western democracies have become Soviet. We no longer have free speech. We no longer have freedom of expression. We no longer have truth. We don't necessarily have freedom of movement. We don't have the ability to travel somewhere in our country without papers or without being traced. It's a very Marxist feminist result. It's very Soviet. And I guess every culture has to go through it. That's what we're going through. But XRP is this idea that the technology system can create an alternative to SWIFT. Well, the women, starting with Hillary Clinton, who never fought a war, never got punched in the nose, never had to run track, never had to be yelled at by their coach, get down and give me 30, told all their life they're pretty and how smart they are and just how wonderful the future is female. Well, starting at least with Hillary, as women gain power, Samantha Powers, the chick that worked with George W. Bush, on and on. It doesn't. My brain's not coming up with names. As these people came into government power, they used a very female outlook on foreign policy. They never, like I say, they never looked down the end of a gun. They never had to overcome a superior force. So they went in with guns blazing and an idiotic worldview. And when Hillary legitimately lost her election, which she cheated, and she was drunk, she was so shocked, she had no choice, I guess, but to blame it on the Soviet Union. And with that decision, for the next, I'd say 15 years, the United States has gone a disastrous, woman-led path of attacking Russia. We should be friends with Russia. One of the movements that Hillary started, but you can go to Victoria Nuland and all of, there's some men involved, but they're all simps. They wouldn't speak up because they got to get laid with these women. But our policy became irrational and looking for solutions that you could only find in a fairy tale book, and ignoring truths, ignoring facts in return for how things feel. Very feminine in my judgment, but there are men there too. But Obama wasn't in charge, and most of his foreign policy was female. Some younger simps. But anyway, my point is, regardless if you agree with me, and there are talented women out there, it's not a blanket statement, but it's our policy turned on Russia. So we drove Putin into the arms of China, India, Iran, the BRICS, when Russia should be our friend. We should be working with Russia. We should be doing business with Russians. Russia has the oil and the resources and the educated population who is Christian now and Muslim, believers, and the infrastructure to have an American century. We should have honored Bill Clinton's word. Another wimp of a man, manipulated by strong women. But we should have honored Bill Clinton's word to the Soviets that we would not move NATO one step closer. We should have honored George H.W. Bush's word. But instead, when the wall came down, a bunch of simps, and there's other characteristics about these men that I won't say, and a bunch of women bestrode the world as if we were the only power and whatever we said went. Well, we turned the world against us. And I know some people think it's unfair to say that Israel is slaughtering hundreds of thousands of Arabs and that Israel is in the middle of a genocide on 2 million Arabs. So people don't want to see it. Why? Because the media doesn't show it, education doesn't show it, and AIPAC owns the halls of Congress. 220 congressmen and senators went over to Israel to kiss the feet of Benjamin Netanyahu, who's a war criminal, just recently. But by these actions, who, by the way, Trump's not acquitting himself very well. I think Trump's on that one issue. I think Trump's cabinet, I think his right-hand woman, all his advisors are Zionists. They're all Zionists. So we are headed to war in the Middle East on behalf of 8 million unhappy people that couldn't get along with a puppy dog. If you put an Israeli, a right-wing Israeli, in a room with a puppy dog, the Israeli would be bitching at the dog. They can't get along with anybody. But we're going to join in those wars. Say, give them Wyoming. Give them Arizona. Tell them to come over here. You can have all of New Jersey. But instead, we're going to back And you guys don't believe it. I said it 2 years ago. It was all about the oil and the natural gas off the coast. It is. It's also about building a new canal to take the Suez Canal out of the equation. And it's about Greater Israel. So why is that relevant? We are turning off the entire world. We still live in our Zionist news media, our Zionist movies, even our Zionist novels and books, our Zionist education system, our Zionist social media, and we're blind to what's going on. But the rest of the world's not. The rest of the world's not. So the combination of Hillary Clinton losing an election, combination of a bunch of wimps and simps running foreign policy, and the combination of our headlong self-destruction by backing Zionism for 8 million people, murderous, 70% of them agree with it, apparently, according to the polls. We're heading to the end of the American empire. Well, is it an American empire or is it the British Empire? Did we just take over? Is it the banks? Is it the original banks out of London with compounding interest, compounding loans, compounding equity, who control New York? Or does New York control London? These things we don't know. But I will tell you that Britain has been an enemy of Russia for a long time. And the taking money or any system that involves growth, if it's inside of a closed system, it grows to the maximum, then dies. You can think of a petri dish. You can think of all the crud on a cup of coffee that you left for a week. It grows to the maximum, then stops and dies. You know, there are a lot of examples. The red tide. It consumes all the oxygen, then dies. Well, this is the banking system. They suck everything out to get their green shade compounding, and then they've got to find more collateral. They got to find more human beings. They use slavery. They use indentured. They use the Irish. They use the Chinese, the Japanese, the Italians, Polish, Lithuanians. Primary industries were cotton and sugar. I'm sure there's others. So is it London or is it New York? We don't know. My guess, if I had to guess, is we don't know what the hell we're doing. We're arrogant. We didn't even win World War II. We were part of the Allies who won, but without the Soviet Union, we would not have won in Europe. And it's questionable whether we could have carried on in the Pacific. But we don't give that kind of credit. I think that Europe and the feminism of Europe, the women running Europe, I'm sorry to point it out. You're not allowed to point it out. But it's all this Marxist, let's all feel good. Let's not produce anything. Let's just divvy up what's ever here. We got to produce. We got to defend. We have to build. We have to make. We have to protect. We have to teach. We have to mentor. We have to provide. We have to protect. Those aren't typically in the broad brush over the eons, the role that's been granted to women. That's the role granted to men. But we've told women, men are assholes, men have suppressed you. You don't need protection. You're strong. You can wear skirts up to your rear end and no one's going to attack you. Men have just been assholes for all this time. You can do everything just as well as men. Well, what's that decision? It's a huge experiment. There's a concept in economics called comparative advantage. If the United States makes corn at a cheaper price than the Soviet Union, the United States has an advantage over the Soviet Union. If the United States makes creates cotton, whatever you call it, produces cotton more cheaply than the Soviet Union, the United States has an advantage in the production of cotton over the Soviet Union. But what comparative advantage is if you put units of dollars and human capital and machinery to work, and if the United States can produce 10 times as much corn as cotton, and the Soviet Union produces cotton and corn on a similar ratio, the United States is said to have a comparative advantage in corn. Even though the United States does both better than the Soviet Union, the best allocation of resources in the United States would be to corn in that example. Well, there's one thing that women do better than men. and as much as men try, we can't do it. Women bring life into the world. We can't do it. But for some reason, we're dismissing that. And in fact, we've just like the Soviets used to do. Young women now, they get pregnant, they have an abortion. They do it again, they have an abortion. It's my body. Look, I don't want to get in the morals of it. But as a society, as a population, it's a gigantic experiment. Gigantic. I don't know where it leads. I don't think Russia is as woke as Europe or the United States. China certainly isn't. But then again, China and the Soviet Union both turned to women in their histories because the men were killed. And women, my experience in China is women run a lot in China. They're good business people. So there's no blanket statement you can say. But I think Europe is in trouble. Their Marxist experiment is failing. Their banks are failing. I think they created a European Union without integration. So they have one currency, but they don't have one bond market. They don't have one economic market. In the United States, we have one currency. If you lose your job in Boston, even if you're the most liberal blue-haired woman, you can go down to Texas and get a job at the diner. You speak the same language, might take an adjustment, but human beings can move as economic opportunity moves. The debt is one national debt. It's not Massachusetts debt versus Texas debt. In Europe, it's the debt of France versus Germany versus Greece. It's not sustainable, never was. So I think Europe's in trouble and their banks are in trouble. I think France is going to be the first one that goes down. But unbelievably, Germany is in trouble. All Germany has to do is remake their railroad tracks to match the Soviet Union and start producing and start sending goods into Russia, down to China, and importing energy. But they hate each other. They hate each other. Germany's in trouble. Italy apparently is in trouble. I don't know about Spain. They kind of sit there quietly. I've been to Spain quite a bit, a few times, and they actually borrowed money and they built out a beautiful infrastructure. Spain might be okay, who knows? But the UK is in trouble. So you've got Europe in trouble. I think the British banks are in trouble. I think they're losing control over the banking system to Frankfurt. And then New York's in trouble. Slowly, over time, China has been building up its gold position. Russia's been building up its gold position and other metals. China's been building up its economy. And while we, under the direction of these women and simps, bombed deserts and assaulted mountains and insulted the world and directed money towards arms merchants, Russia and China focused, particularly China, focused on building up economic partnerships. One thing we have to an advantage, people don't like the Chinese particularly, but the Chinese don't come in and say women should be half of your board, or women's hair should be showing. They don't go in for any of that. It's all economic. And China slowly is building up a bond market. They're slowly building up obligations with debt. They're locking up resources, and they're building up their gold and silver and other assets. I think China has built up their industrial capacity. China's able to build automobiles and trucks for less than 20 grand that the world wants to buy. This woman running GM, she can't build a truck for less than 90 grand. And she turned everything to EV like an idiot because she never built anything in her life. Never had to. But we got to continue the fiction that if you put unqualified women in positions of leadership, everything's going to work out. China is not under any illusion about that. So anyway, the final 2 points I want to make, in this desperation that it appears to be of Europe, of all these banking systems, Europe, New York, and Tokyo, and then China seems to be gaining on us. I think they have a bigger economy than we do on purchasing parity power, whatever, PPP. India seems to be growing as well, but I don't know about India. That's amalgam. But India is a powerful country. And then you got the Middle East. You got this young man, very determined, very smart, unburdened by his great-grandfather or his grandfather's agreement with Roosevelt. I think the Middle East is recognizing that the United States is unreliable. We don't keep our word. And if the Saudi royal family wants to be protected, they got to turn to Pakistan, turn to China, turn to Russia. That's unheard of. It's unheard of. But the women and simps running our government for the last 20 years abused our power and squandered it. Squandered it. So it boils down to two things in my mind. Is China ready to create a crisis in the financial markets? There's more to it. There's military, there's Taiwan, there's all the trade agreements. But is China ready to create a crisis in the financial markets? Does China have enough gold to sit at the new table and be the leader of the new financial system? Does it have enough silver? Does it have enough oil? Is its population big enough? Is its water and food, are its water and food resources strong enough? Whatever. But is China ready to blow up the financial system? They have a lot of debt. But my guess is China has 30 million ounces of gold. We reported gold, we have 8.3 million tons. Tons. It's not ounces, it's tons. That's an open question right now. I don't think China acts precipitously, and I don't think China has agreements in place with Russia and China and Saudi Arabia and maybe Brazil and the rest of the world yet that they're willing to put pressure on. I think they figure, as the rest of the world does, let's just get by Trump and the Zionists will get another simp into office by cheating the elections, and we'll print out the ballots like we did for Hillary and for Obama. And then we'll control the American government as well. I'm not sure that China's ready to blow up the world financial system because it's too much in China's interest the way it is right now. Gold is moving from the corrupt Western banking system. Physical gold is moving to China. Trade secrets are moving from the Western system to China. Productive capacity is moving from the Western system to China. While we focus on transgender and whether women run every single bloody company, China is recognizing that they're building up their economy, their financial power, their regulatory power, their trademark power, and their robotics, and their infrastructure, their energy system. And I'm not sure they're ready yet, but they're getting close. Russia. Thank God for Putin and Russia. We'd already be at war. I think Putin remembers what the banking system did to the ruble in 1998, 95. And then he remembers what the oligarchs did to the attempt by Russia to turn over the assets to the people. And I think Putin is trying to make sure that Russia is fair for his population. And I think he has a long-range view. I also think he's in the power seat. Putin, while we were bombing deserts, building too many World War II armaments, fattening up our leadership, enriching the mercenary boys from Blackwater, building aircraft carriers and airplanes that don't necessarily work, while we're wasting trillions of dollars. Putin focused on defense systems that are better than ours. His S-20 or S-260, they can shoot down cruise missiles, jets, tanks, 20 at a time without fail. We can't protect Israel with our Patriot systems. He built hypersonic missiles we have no defense against. And he's got more. The good news is the hypersonic missiles and more are not nuclear. So maybe as a world, we can pull away from the nuclear power, maybe, weapons. But Russia's in a beautiful spot. Their economy is humming. They are building an alternative to SWIFT, as the women in our government said, hey, you're not welcome, but the women didn't know what they're doing. But the dollar is still 65% of the world's reserve currency and trade. Why? Because we have the deepest bond market, the deepest economic market in the world. And that's not going to change anytime soon. So that's the number one thing. Is China ready to blow up the current financial system? I'm not positive that they are. But offsetting that very quickly, by the way, is the Shanghai Exchange. They're building precious metals markets that are honest. They're building futures markets that are honest. They're building equity markets that are honest. The problem is the rest of the world doesn't quite trust a communist government. But if they can cross that boundary somehow, money flows where it's best treated. Money's not treated very well in New York or in London. Okay, so that's one. The second thing is, and I think it's the most important thing as it relates to XRP, I think that London, New York, Geneva, Frankfurt, Milan, Tokyo banking system simply will not fade away. XRP can't do it. BRICS can't do it. Threats from royal families in the Middle East aren't going to do it. China really, I don't think it's in their interest to do it yet. The United States is not going to go down without going to war. And better said, the British banking system, some might say it's a Jewish banking, I don't know. But the British Empire might be running the US empire, but it's the banks, is all I'm trying to say. It's the banks. They need collateral. They need collateral. They've maxed out on everything they can. They've run our debt up to 37, 38 trillion, and they need more collateral. I think the housing market in the United States is something like 105 trillion in wealth. I think all of the resources in the Soviet Union, timber, oil, uranium, gold, natural gas, all of their resources are 100 trillion. So if you can go in and remove Putin, and if you can separate Moscow from Kiev, we're doing that, from Tbilisi, from, I'm trying to remember the capital of these other stans, I can't. But if you can break it up into various countries, well, then the banks can go in and lend money to the dictator in Ulaanbaatar, or you can go into Mongolia and lend money against the reserves. So you can bring 100 trillion of collateral into the Western banking system before it gasps its last breath. That's what I think the Ukraine war is about. And I think the evil criminal, Benjamin Netanyahu, is taking advantage of it. He knows that it's his chance to create greater Israel. And in that fight, if he can start a war with Iran, there's oil reserves and natural gas reserves in Iran. I don't think as great as is stated, but if we can change the regime, ironically put a Shah in or break it up, we can start lending money to Iran, and we can add that to our collateral. And the final place, it seems like, although I agree with Donald Trump going after the drugs, the final place it seems like right now and I think the Western banks rule the military, rule the government. I don't think these decisions are being made entirely by Donald Trump. I think it's the banksters, the Finks and the Blacks and the others surrounding him that are making those decisions. The Larry Ellisons, who just bought TikTok, he's a complete Zionist. CBS has just been sold to a Zionist. We are going into a period of time where we're going to go to war on behalf of Israel, and we're not going to be able to object to it. We're going to become the Soviet Union, and we're going to step in behind Israel, and we're not going to be able to speak out like Americans have grown accustomed. That's just where we're headed. And a lot of that comes from female leadership. Female leadership, they did a poll, academic poll, and men in general, when they had to choose, they said truth was more important than limiting the other person's ability to speak. Trying to find the truth is more important to men. Women, it's complicated. That's all you need to know. It's complicated. They have other goals other than trying to seek out, let's say, a truth or trying to accomplish an objective. And I'm not saying it's bad. I just think men and women are different from each other. And it's okay. It's okay. But to say that women are the same as men, that's a big mistake. And vice versa. I think we need each other. But I think we're going to go to war against Iran, against Venezuela, and against Russia. And I think we may be in war against China as well. And I think it's going to be horrible for us. I think we will lose at least one, if not two, aircraft carrier groups. And then we'll have to pull our aircraft carrier groups back to Norfolk and back to San Diego, back to Hawaii. And then there'll be a vacuum of leadership, and the United States may just be Australia. That's okay. This isn't all dire, but I think there's big changes ahead. So how does XRP enter into it? I do not think that the banks are going to let digital currencies, Bitcoin or XRP, interfere with their monopoly on collecting fees, on lending money, doing IPOs, seeding capital. Right now in the Ukraine, Larry Fink is buying up all the farmland in the Ukraine. And people come on here, they're mad at me that I don't know anything about it. I don't. But as long as we're arguing with each other over emotional issues, it's the banks running everything. Anyway, I'll finish with that. I don't think the United States banking system, which might be a British banking system, is going to allow XRP or Bitcoin to win right now. I don't think they're going to allow Russia or China or Iran, or for that matter, Brazil, to win right now. It may come in the future, and I think it's almost certainly what's going to happen as the world turns against us because we back this evil, genocidal, murderous country called Israel, colonial supremacists. But I don't think it's yet. So I don't think XRP or Bitcoin is going to replace the dollar yet. But it's coming. I think what's a much more interesting question is, can the Fed keep control of interest rates? Can the United States convince Saudi Arabia to keep recycling dollars into U.S. assets and the bond market? Because if the U.S. bond market goes down, everything's out of control. Everything's out of control. But the problem with XRP, Bitcoin, with BRICS, who's going to run their Fed? Who's going to run their bond market? Who's going to move employment from Brazil to Poland when things get out of order? It's not an alternative yet. So as the headlines are getting you late to the game, getting in these trades, just remember they're going to give you a black eye from now and again. I like XRP. I like gold and silver very much. And I think you should be accumulating them. Right now, I think the only thing you should be buying is right now. It was junk wavy. Yeah, junk wavy. Junk savvy. I'm just looking for 72 cents, then 125. Come on, Railtown. Daddy needs to return. Well, everybody's going to have to make their own decisions. But Steve, you have a huge position in Railtown. If it does go to 7 or 10, or in your case, you said $1.25, I think you'll be cheating yourself if you sell. But that's my opinion now. I think I'm going to be right. Let's read the news. Let's follow the company, follow research, follow the industry. Let's see what happens. But I think, Steve, if you can stand it and just hold on to Railtown, don't sell at 72, don't sell it at $1.25. And if I remember, you're either 48 or 58. I think you're 47. You can wait a year. I think you're going to find out that Railtown is bought, and you never have to make a sale decision. Who's going to buy Railtown? My favorite candidate of a buyer would be Microsoft, because Corey Brandolini sold a company to Microsoft before, and because Railtown already sells into the Microsoft partner network. There are 3 different networks. But Microsoft, because of their head start, maybe, I don't know that Microsoft's going to overpay the way an Apple might overpay, or a Constellation Software. If you think about it, Constellation Software is worth $100 billion, throws off gigantic cash flows, but it does it all in legacy software, vertical markets. Could software change over the next 5 to 10 years so dramatically that a lot of Constellation Software franchises aren't very valuable. It could. So what's an answer? Buy up the best AI out there. And who does Constellation Software know? John Ruffalo, Allmers. So maybe it's Constellation Software. It could be. I wonder if they'd sell it to a Chinese company. I don't think so. Anyway, I think you're going to see, Steve, that within 12 months, let me say it differently, within 9 to 18 months, my opinion, I have no evidence, but software is such a fast-moving area, it behooves both the acquirer, a Microsoft, and the seller, a Railtown, to pair up with the big money that can roll out the product and go claim not 1%, not 3%, go claim 30% of the market. And it behooves Microsoft to buy the technology. And it will self-improve, but keep their pace in the world as one of the trillion-dollar companies. So I think Railtown will get sold. And I don't think people might not have a say-so on it. It may be that, I don't know. It's hard to come up with a hypothetical, but it may be that NVIDIA, when they see how powerful, if I'm right about that, how powerful Conductor is, NVIDIA says, wow, this is working in this data center, and this is working with these users, and this is working at this software company. See, I wish I knew technology better. And they're all using NVIDIA, and we're sitting at 4 to 5 trillion. Everybody's saying we're overpriced. Are you telling us if we went out and bought Conductor, we could add revenue just by issuing shares? We could have revenue growth of billions of dollars over the next 5 to 10 years? Maybe, I don't know. But if, let's say NVIDIA came in and said, we're going to buy your company, we're going to make an unsolicited offer at $60 a share, and we've bought 5%, and we're going to run at it. Well, you have two things. Everybody says, fine, we'll sell at $60 a share. Or, in my opinion, Railtown won't be for sale below $175. Where the hell do I get that number? Well, I've done different calculations. Why the hell is my number correct? It isn't. I'm sure it's not going to be correct. But I don't think the Railtown insiders would sell for $60. I could be wrong. It's an art, not a science. It's all about timing. But let's say NVIDIA came in and made an unsolicited offer to buy at $60. That means they have to notice the world. And that means they have to get a shareholder vote. Let's say when they notice the world, Microsoft says, hell no. We know what revenue they're doing. We'll go in at 75. And what if Constellation Software says, I wonder what it takes to get the whole thing done. Let's go in at 125. You guys don't remember, but these kind of things used to happen when the markets weren't manipulated. And maybe Constellation Software, everybody goes, wow, 125, that's going to win. But who knows? Who knows? Maybe Apple then comes in with a $200 bid in Apple stock because Apple's so far behind in the AI game. We don't know. We just simply don't know. But if you can wait, Steve, the compounding growth of your account without you doing anything would be strongly assisted by your not creating a taxable event. And if you say you're in a retirement account with a lot of it, I still think the compounding of growth and revenue, it's best to hold on to Railtown. And you're looking for 72 cents. I would submit to you, you should be looking for $72. But as you go out in your projections in time and up, the variability of results increases. So I'm totally willing as we go along. If I find out that I don't know. I don't know. MMAT invented an agentic tool that's better. Well, we'll have to consider that then. But they're going to buy everything, in my opinion. Wall Street is going to buy everything. The big MAGA 7 are going to buy everything. Technology companies are going to buy everything. Institutions are going to buy everything. I don't think you should be in a hurry to sell because of a preconceived notion that you could retire at $1.25. But we'll go from there. You're a good man, Uncle Bill, Steve. Peace. Michael Lone Sky. I'm up $7 a share, $7 a share on Sprott Physical Silver Trust because of me. Bravo. I wish I owned it, but I don't have the resources. I would have bought it hands over fist. The trick's going to be, do you still pay $20 for it when it was $8? My answer, yes, you do. All right, here comes Dirty Randy, who I think has good insight on a lot of these companies. Dirty Randy says Railtown is going to be a monster, I believe, loaded. While waiting, I added more GDC today. It's up 32% and looking for big upside on confirmation of the Bitcoin deal, and grab some finger down here. So I would argue that Dirty Randy, he said he's loaded in Railtown. I would argue that he has a very large position in Railtown. So he can play GDC and finger. I still think it's going to be really hard for GDC to give straight up a comparable return to you if you swapped it into Railtown. But that's just my opinion. But in Dirty Randy's case, he already owns Railtown, a lot of it. So not everybody's in his position. That's one. GDC, somebody sent me that there's news today, so before I sign off, we'll go through it. GDC may work, but like I say, it'd have to go to 200, 250 a share to beat out Railtown on a reasonable performance if you just swapped it out right now. The toughest thing is going to be building a big position in Railtown. I think you're going to be crowded out by institutional buying, by whale buying, by ETF buying even. I just don't, you're going to miss out. And if you want to play GDC finger, fine. But my opinion, it's just my opinion, you can better use that capital to build a large position in Railtown. And then later, even if those stocks are up, you can peel some off and build your position in finger and GDC, and then have a huge block of Railtown for free. I already showed you how that works. I'm not going to do it again, but I think Dirty Randy's correct. There's other stocks. I mean, there's not just one stock in the market. But my gosh, the setup on Railtown, fundamentally, it's just hard to believe. And it's not here because of retail. It's not here because of your buying or my talking about it. So I think you're going to have fun in Railtown. Marty Party. I was up on $6 on Sprott Silver because of you. I love that you sold it and you bought Railtown. Marty, it's possible that if Railtown goes up into big numbers, that we'll be able to borrow a little bit. But I like I say, I think it has to be in high numbers, teens, 20s. We can borrow a little bit and establish silver positions then. But let's see how it goes. I think you made a good trade there. That's great. Eric B, total of 66,000 here. That's great, Eric. That's really good. All right, let me see if I can find all right, I have to go to my, no, I have to go to my, I gotta go to this. I gotta go to this. All right, I'm gonna show you two things. I gotta go back, darn it. Damn it, Kayla. All right, let me go to this. All right. Show you two things and then maybe go through the news on GDC. I just want to show you something. You can't find this in the news. I Googled it. You can't find who the pilots are. Alleged pilot. This is the one that happened in January, I think. 26 years old. 26 years old. Please. It's not that she's a woman. It's she's so young. Anyway, let me go with this one. Here's a guy on Twitter, Small Cap Investing, and he's pointing out that GDC is a good buy. I think it's a good buy. Goodbye. But he thinks it's a good buy. Is this the start of the monster move? This is Tom Lee, who's a pretty smart financial guy, predicted by the year end. The value of GDC's 7,500 Bitcoin goes up $1 per share for every $8,000 increase in Bitcoin. GDC is trading at a huge discount now. So if you want to chase it, I don't think you'll make the money you'll make in Railtown, but if you feel like you absolutely, positively must be in every stock everybody else is in, I can't do that anymore. All right, and then this one. Patient Swings put this up. Railtown 44.19, quickly becoming one of my top plays for the fourth quarter. So that's October, November, December, obviously. Why? Because it was one of my top plays in the second and third quarter, and here we are in October. And when they deliver long anticipated news in the fourth quarter, this stock will soar, in my opinion. This post is an excellent overview of what's been going on behind the scenes. I'm working under the assumption that nothing has changed. And then he posted Becky Kurzweil's, I don't know, Rebecca Kurzweil's post from July, which I read to you yesterday. And let's go look at the news that just came out on GDC, and then I may end it then. GDC's up 5 cents at 691. Energy Vault's down 4 at 322. G-Bucks is 34.9. And Railtown, the Slowpoke, closed at 45.17, up a tiny bit, a very tiny bit. All right, let's go to the Our GDC today filed a current report, and it says they completed the acquisition. So that's good news for everybody in GDC. Still think you can do better in Railtown, but that doesn't matter. My opinion doesn't matter. So as previously disclosed on September 10th, GD Culture Group entered into a share exchange agreement. Company will acquire 100% of the issued and outstanding shares of one of the various limited partners that are listed. The agreement was described. Pursuant to the agreement, the shares of common stock in the transaction have not been registered. So they bought the LLC. Let's see which one it is. I don't think it's called an LLC, by the way. I'm such a liar. You're such a liar. Phallus Capital Holding. Palace, it's my eyesight. Palace Capital Holding. Well, what would be good to know is, does Palace Capital Holding actually have 7,500 Bitcoin in it? I know we assume it does. But anyway, that's a good piece of filing for you guys. I still think Railtown's the place to be. Uh-oh, they're going to fire a lot of people. Bitcoin rips, gold dips. China's pivoting to Brazil for farm, which is bad news for the forests. Putin warns U.S. tariffs on Russia's partners will backfire. Oil will skyrocket. It will exceed 100%. I think he's right. When? Bitcoin undervalued by 50,000 at least. Modern monetary theory, rest in peace. That was Stephanie Kelton. What an idiot. I'm not going to read that. It's too boring. Trump declares war on cartels. I don't know what else to look up. I guess that's all the news we have to talk about. I'm worn out. All right, guys, I think I'm going to sign off. I'm tired. Steve bought my Monster Box in May for $18,000. I wish I had. I wish I had. All right, everybody. Blessings on this very religious, very important day. And I pray that those who are part of it, that your name, I think that's what I'm supposed to say. I pray that your name is entered into the book of life, but blessings for Yom Kippur. Everybody else, thank you for watching. Hopefully you'll have time tomorrow and Monday to shift from GDC to Railtown, or whatever you want to do. But I think by Tuesday we should have, that's my guess, that's my best guess, is that the attorneys have to get it done at some point. So anyway, I wish everyone peace, and I wish for peace around the world, and I hope that the world can stay at peace. Cheers.